everyone, welcome to RCV Academy. Today I'm going to start another very important and very popular tutorial series, which is basically on Confluence and Confluence with Jira. So this is Confluence training, and I'll get into the details of what exactly is Confluence and why you should be using Confluence with Jira. So before that, I would like to introduce myself. So my name is Manish Verma, and I'll be your instructor for this particular course. And I am the certified Jira project administrator, and I've been using Jira and Confluence together for a while now. So it has been more than 6 to 7 years that I've been using Jira and Confluence together, and I have been administering these two tools. Now, why do you basically need to understand Confluence and Jira together? The reason is because most of the projects that you'll be working nowadays will be having these two tools together. So Jira is for the agile project management, and Confluence will be for more of a documentation or wiki or a blog, or there are a lot many things that you can achieve out of Confluence. I use Confluence and Jira day in, day out in my actual workplace, as well as to manage my personal tasks, to manage my tutorial series work or blog work or any other work, for example, YouTube, and any other documentation that I do. So I use Jira for my project or for my project tracking purpose in my personal space as well as in my workplace, and Confluence for documenting or noting down any of the key information that I need to refer back later. So this is a brief about myself, and why I use Jira and Confluence together is because of the ease that these tools provide and the kind of customization that you can achieve with these tools. Okay, so let's get started and understand what basically a Confluence is and why do you need to basically get into the Confluence. So the first thing about the Confluence is we'll understand the course contents of this particular series. So in terms of course contents, what I'll be covering is I'll be introducing what exactly is the Confluence. Then I'll be walking you through the installation process and the configuration and setup. So that will include most of the basic or beginner stuff, and then we'll progress through the advanced topics. So in the advanced topics, it will be more of a managing spaces, then how do you manage users, groups and permissions, then how do you manage contents, how do you customize. So all those things I'll be covering in detail in this particular tutorial series. I'll be also covering about the templates and blueprints, what all templates and blueprints are available, what is the difference between them, and how you can create or customize these templates and blueprints. Then we'll also cover the integration of Confluence with Jira, which is very, very important, because both of these tools, when used together, bring a lot of value to your particular project. So integration of Jira and Confluence together is very important, and after integration, what value these tools will bring together, I'll explain all those concepts of, for example, how you can get the Jira contents out in Confluence, and then how you can use the Confluence to basically push the content to Jira. So all those concepts will be covered in this particular tutorial series. So this is high level course contents. There will be a lot more videos coming through in this particular course contents, but this is more of a high level contents that I'll be covering. Okay, now moving next, we'll understand a brief about what exactly is Confluence, right? So Confluence is a tool that is being provided by the company known as Atlassian, and Atlassian also provides the tool Jira, which is very widely used. Now Confluence and Jira are heavily used in the organizations. Jira is for agile project management, and Confluence is the team workspace. So Confluence is for the project documentation, for team collaboration. So you can think of it as a wiki, but it is much more powerful than wiki. It's not just a wiki wherein you just document something and refer it later. It's more of a very powerful tool for the documentation and team collaboration. That there are lots and lots of customizations available in Confluence, lot more flexibility available, and a lot more security that you can configure in Confluence. It provides a rich text editor. You can do parallel editing with other team members. You can create like knowledge base articles, project documentation, meeting notes, and there are lots and lots of other things. For example, you can do blogs. In the blog you can have complete different structure. So there is a lots and lots of possibility that is possible within Confluence. Then other important thing is about the team members can collaborate. So with Confluence, multiple team members can collaborate on a piece of document, and Confluence maintains all the versions of the work document within itself. So you don't have to worry about any version controlling. So for example, if you're trying to document something in a Word document, version controlling is a big problem, right? So you keep renaming the file as v1.0, 1.1, 1.2 as somebody changes the version of the document. Confluence maintains that for you automatically. So version controlling is by default there. Teams can collaborate, and collaboration is the most important thing that is required in nowadays for any of the agile project or teams working within the agile capability or agile methodologies, for example Scrum. So when team members can collaborate, provide their value in any sort of documentation, say for example there is a design document that needs to be developed, multiple people can have a look at the document and provide the comments. So that is the greatest advantage of using Confluence. And because Confluence is from Atlassian itself, Jira and Confluence can be integrated very easily, and when these two tools are integrated, it brings a lot of value to the team, and you can expedite your documentation or agile project management using these two tools very easily. All right, so that's a brief about the Confluence, what are its advantages and why you should be looking for learning Confluence. The reason you should be looking for learning Confluence is that there is rarely any organization that you'll go which doesn't use Confluence. Okay, so Jira and Confluence are very widely used, and from past 7 to 8 years, wherever I have went in my professional journey, I have got these tools, or I have worked in these tools. So there is no organization that I have found in last 8 years that do not use these two tools. Okay, so that is why we need to understand Confluence, how to use it, and how to use it effectively within your team. All right, so this is a brief about Confluence. Now let me go back to the search page, and I'll search for Confluence. So it's here, and we'll go to the official Atlassian website and see what exactly are the details that are provided on the Confluence page. So here you can see that it is basically remote friendly team workspace where knowledge and collaboration meet, right? So we'll see all it in action, and you can see high level highlights are there. So build, organize, and collaborate on work in one place from virtually anywhere, right? So it's available from anywhere, and teams can collaborate easily using this particular tool. So if we scroll down a little bit, there are lots and lots of templates. For example, you want to define product requirement document, there are templates for it. There is a template for marketing campaign. So there are many out of the box templates, and you can design your own templates as well, right? Then if you scroll down, you will see that here you have the prices. Basically, what is the pricing structure? So basically, Confluence is now free up to 10 users. So if you're a small organization and if you haven't thought about that there is something that you can use for free, so up to 10 users you can use Confluence and Jira for free. Okay, so this is the best part about it, that it is available for free up to 10 users. If you are more than 10 users, then it's basically different pricing, and this is premium pricing. Now this is these are the prices for the cloud version of Confluence, and this tutorial series will totally cover or will be focusing on the cloud version of Confluence. Now if we check about what all other options are available for the Confluence, so you have the cloud that is available there. If you go to pricing, you will see you have option for the cloud, which is basically free for 10 users, and then you have self-managed. Okay, so in the self-managed you have server. So if you are a big organization and you don't want to compromise with the data, or you don't want your internal data or the organization data to be shared in the cloud or stored on the cloud, then in that instance you go for the server version or the data center version. So this is more of a you have to self-manage in data center. If it is you want the high availability to be available, then you go for a data center version. The latest news is basically with the server version, Atlassian will be ending the sales for the server version from February 2nd, 2021. Right, so this is the latest news as of now, and the support will end for the server version from 2024 Feb 2nd. So this is as of now, today when I'm recording this particular video. But data center version I think will still continue. As of now there is no news for it, but server version will go away. The support will go away for server version. Okay, so this is for these are different options. You have cloud, you have server, and you have data center. Server won't be available in a couple of months, and data center and cloud will still be available. All right, so this is a brief about what exactly Confluence is, and what all key features are provided by Confluence, and what all deployment options or installation options are available in Confluence. Now because this series is all about the cloud instance of the Confluence, so in the next tutorial we'll sign up for the cloud account, which is free for 10 users, and we'll continue from there. So here I am on the Confluence website, so Atlassian website basically. So if you simply Google Confluence, so if you say, let me go to google.com, and I'll navigate from there. So from here you just search for Confluence and go to the Atlassian website, right? So Confluence will be the search here. Click on it, and from this particular page you will see that you have the option for get it free. Okay, so either you can click on get it free here or here, and if you want to get pricing detail, you can click on pricing, or simply scroll down on this page and you can see the cloud pricing here. Okay, so Confluence is free for up to 10 users. Okay, so if you are using Confluence for 10 users, below 10 users it will be free forever. There is no other thing that you need to do. So basically that's the best part of it. So if you want to get started, simply click on the free tier and click on get started. Now this tutorial series is focusing totally on the cloud version, so I'll be signing up for the cloud version of it. So there are server and data center version, but that is not what will be covered as part of this series. But because the look and feel of the Confluence is almost like similar, it doesn't matter you are using cloud version or the cloud or the server version. There are changes in the look or the UI, but if you understand one product, or if you understand the cloud version, then it won't be much difficult to pick any other. If you're using data center or server version, there will be a little bit difference in the UI, but if you know the functionality, you can navigate through that pretty easily. Okay, so here you have the option of free tier, and you can either use your Google account to basically sign up, or you can sign up with an email. Okay, so I'll do it using the Google account, so I'll continue with Google, and this will be a bit quick. So I'll simply use my Google account to sign up, right? So it is pretty simple. So I'll use my Google email, and it will ask for the authorization. So now here you will see that it will create an account. So it will take the full name from the Google account automatically, and I simply have to click on create your account. Okay, so I'll click on create your account, and it will do all the setup for me automatically, so I don't have to do anything else. So you can see that it is checking few things, preparing the site for me, and once the site will be prepared, I'll be redirected to my site. It takes a little bit time, and now you can see we are on let's get started page, right? So the next thing you have to do is you have to provide your site name. Okay, so whatever site name you want, so for example you are a team or you are a company, so you provide your company's name, right? So for example I can provide something like RCV Academy. Okay, so because I've already taken it, I have to provide RCV Academy 2 or RCV Academy 1. Let's see, 1 is available. Yeah, RCV Academy 1 is available. And then I'll be able to access my Confluence on rcvacademy.atlassian.net. Okay, so if I click on continue, so it's preparing my site. So now here, if you see, what does your team do? So here you can help us set up your team for success. So here I can provide what exactly my key team is, or basically whether I'm from human resources, finance, etc. So you can specify that. So we'll choose software development, and I'll click next, and then you have to choose the role. Okay, so I'll say QA manager there, and then you can provide the details of the first space. Okay, so I'll cover the concept of the first space, but here I'll say, as of now, I'll just say first space or first sample or demo space. Okay, so just provide the name and it will create your first sample space, and it is structuring the contents and pages. So now the next step is basically to invite your team members. So as of now, you can add the email addresses of your team members and invite the members. So as of now, I'll skip this step. So I'll simply click on next. So now if you see on the first demo space, that space that we got that we created during the sign up, and here I can add a page there. All right, so now it's loading, and you can see that I am on the Confluence display here, and I have some learn the basics. So you can go through the details here if you want. We'll anyways cover in the tutorial. And in the left hand side you will see the Confluence logo here, and if you click on it, it will redirect you to the Confluence home, right? So on the Confluence home you have the Confluence available, and then if you click on this icon here, so you have the option to try Jira software. So you can try Jira software for free as well. So if I click on Jira software from here, then it will configure Jira software for me as well. Okay, so I can click on try now and it will configure from here, or even while installing Confluence you can install it. So as of now, what we did is we didn't install Jira software together with Confluence, so we can do it later. So if you click on here, you can click on try from here and install Jira software, or you can directly, let me search for Confluence, and if I go to Confluence installation page again, and from here if I click on get it free, so here you can see that I can select the second product. Okay, so along with Confluence I can select either Jira software or Jira service management. So Confluence goes together with you can have either Jira software or you can select Jira service management and Jira. It doesn't matter whichever tool you choose. So for example, I choose Jira software in this case, then both of these will be installed automatically for me Confluence along with Jira software. Okay, now in both of these cases, so either I select Confluence standalone or Confluence with Jira software, both of them will be free up to 10 users and the storage that has been mentioned here. Okay, now because I chose the another option that is available for the installation, that is why it only installed Confluence in this particular case, and I'll walk you through. So I scroll down, and from the pricing section of the cloud version, so a little bit, so it's still loading. So if you click on here and you install from here, it didn't give us that option to choose second product, right? So from here it will only install Confluence for you. So from here you can see it is cloud free, and it is not allowing, or it is not providing you option to basically choose other product. So the best option is basically to, if you just want Confluence to install, go through the pricing section, or if you want to install both at once, go simply click on this get it free, or click on this get it free, or click on get it free at the top, and then you will get the option to select the second product. So if you select second product, it will be installed. If you don't, only Confluence will be installed, right? In case you haven't selected the second product, you can simply install one, and then from these little icon here, you can simply click on it and go to Jira software and install from here. Okay, so either if you want Jira software along with Confluence, click on it, or if you want Jira service management, then click on service management and install with Confluence. So this course will be Confluence course along with Jira software, so I'll install Jira software as well. So I'll click on Jira software and I'll click on try it now. So here if you see, I can invite everyone from this particular website, and if you see the billing, so how will this affect my bill? So I can go to pricing and plans, and it will still be free. All right, so still shows that up to 10 users it will be always free. Okay, so if you see the cloud version here, you scroll down, this is 2 GB community support, and this will be free up to 10 users, right? So it is 0. So as far as you're within 10 user limit, you can go ahead and install this as well. So I'll skip this as of now, invitation. Okay, so now this has installed Jira software as well, and I can go to Jira software. So now you can see that RCV Academy 1.Atlassian.net, and it's on onboarding software, which is Jira software, and Confluence is wiki home. So that's the URL for the Confluence, and this is loading Jira software. Okay, so here you can invite the team members. I'll skip this as of now, and this will ask to set up your Jira. So I'll say you can choose new to if you're completely new to Jira, or you experienced with Jira, and then experienced or new based on. So if you want to provide the details there, and then click on next, and it will set up Jira for you, right? So these are some of the templates that are available in Jira software. So let's choose a Scrum template, and I'll say RCV demo project, and let's quickly create a project in Jira software as well. So now you can see Jira software has been installed as well at the same instance or the location. And if I click on this icon here, now I should be having the Confluence along with Jira. So now you can see that I have Jira software and Confluence installed. Okay, so this is basically how we'll be installing Confluence along with Jira software, because we'll be learning Confluence and Jira software integration as well. Okay, so initially we'll be focusing totally on Confluence, and then in later part of this tutorial series we'll be learning about Confluence with Jira integration and how both of these tools go hand in hand. All right. Now on this particular tutorial, I'm at the website or the Confluence page or the instance that we have signed up for, and once you log into Confluence, you will see that it redirects you to the home page of the Confluence. So if you see at the top here, in the left hand side, this is the application switcher, you can say. So you can switch to different applications. So for example, I have installed Jira software as well, because we'll be understanding the integration of Confluence with Jira as well. So you can switch from this icon here. This is the logo of the Confluence. You can customize that, and I'll cover that in upcoming tutorial. So if you click on this particular logo, it will redirect to the home page of the Confluence. On the home page, which is basically a dashboard, this is the default dashboard of Confluence, which will show you the spaces, what you recently worked on. So basically what you visited, worked on, draft, start, etc. And in the right hand side, you have the announcement banner, which can be customized as well. So if I click on this customize, I can customize this particular banner, and then I have the feed. Okay. Then in the recent tab, you will see that you have recent visited, worked on, so which is basically same section as this one. Then in the spaces, you will get all the spaces, so you can view all the spaces that are there, or the recent spaces that you have visited. Then in the people section, you can invite the team member, you can manage your team, you can start a team, or you can search people and teams from the people section. In the apps, there are many marketplace apps available for Confluence, so this will be really helpful to find the new apps or manage the existing apps. So we'll be covering a couple of important apps that will be very helpful for you in the agile development project, or in any testing projects that you are managing. Then we have the templates. So templates there are many out of the box templates available. So if I click on templates, you will see these are some of the templates that are available out of the box in Confluence, which will be helpful for you to basically start using Confluence right away. And this has pre-structured content. You just have to basically fill out the detail, right? So here, if you see 90-day plan, it has all the details about the 90-day plan. You have this business plan one pager, or content design glossary. So this is all designed for you. You just simply can use these templates directly to create your pages and fill the information relevant to your project. All right. So the next is the create button. So if I click on create button, it will redirect me to the creation of the page, right? So I can create a blank page, or I can select the templates that are available out of the box in Confluence and select the space where I want to create this particular page and create the page. All right, let me close this. So these are the brief introduction about the top sections of this particular page. Then in the right hand side, you have search, so you can simply search directly from here. This is the notification section, the help section, and the settings. So this settings, if you are Confluence administrator, you will get the admin detail, or you can configure Confluence from here. If you are not the Confluence admin, you will not get this settings cogwheel here. Then this right hand side, the extreme right, you will have the profile. So here you can update your profile information or the settings for yourself. Okay, so let me go back on the home page, and this is a brief about the home page of the Confluence. So this is important to understand, because once you know what all is there on the home page, how you have to navigate, and the basic structure, it becomes really easy to learn a particular tool. So now if I go to the structuring of the content within Confluence, so you can simply go to this particular link here. So this is the Confluence support page, and here if you see how you organize the work, so this diagram covers it pretty straightforward. So you have the dashboard, and then below dashboard, if you see, you can have spaces based on different say for example, human resources department or marketing department or development department can be one of the space, and below spaces you can have pages, and you can structure sub pages or child pages within those spaces. So there can be like multiple spaces. It's up to you how you want to organize your work or the document for any particular project, right? But overall, globally, it's a dashboard, and then below dashboard you can have multiple spaces, and below spaces you will have pages that are part of that particular space or project. Okay, so just remember this, and this is how we'll be basically creating our content, right? So we have created the space already, and if you see this particular space we created when we signed up for this particular instance or free Confluence license. So this is all about the introductory part of the Confluence homepage and what are the key sections on the homepage, and understanding the hierarchy of the spaces and pages. Sign up process, we have already seen that it will by default ask you to create a default workspace, and we have already created this first demo space while signing up for the Confluence. Now after signing up, if you want to create more spaces, how you are going to do it, we'll understand that. So basically, if I go to this view all spaces here, right? So here you will see this create space button to create the space here. Okay, so this is the one way to basically create a space. Otherwise, you can go to this spaces drop down and also click on this view all spaces. And if you click on view all spaces, it will redirect you to the same page, right? So now if I click on create space, it will give me the pop-up to basically select what type of space that I want to create. So I can create a blank space, or I can create a documentation space. So if you see, documentation space is all about creating and managing technical documentation for your project. So if you want to manage the documentation for your project, then this is what you should be looking for. You can create software project space for a specific project. Now if I select software project space and go next, I'll show you what exactly this does. So it creates a software project space, and you have to choose the project for which you want to create this particular space. And when we say project, it's basically the Jira project that we have created. So now if you see, this is the Jira project. I can select this particular project for which I want to create the space, and then in the space key I can provide the unique key for this particular space. I can provide the description, default permissions, and then click on create to create a project space. Okay, so I'm not going to create the project space as of now. I'll go back and show you other spaces as well. Personal space is basically for your personal use. So if you want to keep notes, task list, and other content organized for yourself within the project, then you use the personal space. Knowledge base is to basically capture and share the best practices and solutions with your team, and the team space is to collaborate and share the resources within the team. All right. So say for example, at the moment, let me create a software project space. So I'll select the software project space, I click on next, and I'll select the project in which I want to create this particular space, right? So I'll change it to space key to RDD, and I'll say in the description, this is software project space. All right. And a default permission will be permission because in the free version of Jira, it doesn't allow you to update the permission or modify the permission. You have to upgrade. So that is why this is basically disabled at the moment. So this is good enough for us now. We don't need to work on any permissions to learn the basics of the Confluence. So I'll simply click on create. And once I click on create, then the space will get created and will get linked to this particular project. All right. So let's wait for the creation. And if you see here now, this is the space that got created for the particular project, right? So this is what our space is. And if I go to the spaces drop down again and click on view all spaces, then I can see this is first demo space is the space that I got that created while we were signing up for the trial version, for the free version of the Confluence, up to 10 users. And this RCV demo space is the space that is associated with the project. Okay, so if I click on RCV demo, here in the left hand side you will see that there is an overview, which is basically, you know, the overview page of this particular space. And what it says is, welcome to your new software project space, and you can use this to track decisions, scope, product requirements, share assets. So this project space usually in Confluence is used mostly for managing, you know, project requirements or any other project related documents. Okay, and here, because this is project space, I can have the status, the lead, who is the lead. We can have the team added here, and then all other documents that are required, for example, meeting notes, product requirement, decision log, etc., can go in this particular, you know, space. And this is the overview page of this particular, you know, space. And here I have the roadmap that can be customized, and Jira issues can be filtered directly on this particular page. All right, on this space. Below here you have this blog link or the space settings. So in the space settings, I can go and update the space settings and the shortcuts as well, right? So I can here I can click on this edit, and I can add different shortcuts for this particular space. Say for example, I want to add the important links in this particular case. So I can say, for example, I'll add the website link or important link. I'll simply add those and provide the name, and then click on add shortcut, and you will see the shortcut of that particular link has got added. If I click on save, you will see that space shortcut has been added, which is basically very helpful. Say for example, for your team, you want to have these shortcuts which should be handy for the team members. Say for example, test architecture diagram or the design document or any requirement document. These documents, if you have the shortcuts, team can easily go through, or any hardware and software requirement document, onboarding document, you can create space shortcuts here. Okay, and if somebody will click on it, it will be redirected to that particular page or website, whatever, you know, you provide the shortcut here. Now in the pages section in the below here, you will see that you have the meeting notes, you have product requirements, file list, decision log, retrospective. Now these are specific to the project, because in the project you will have the meetings, you will have meetings, and you will capture meeting notes. So for example, I want to, you know, capture meeting notes. I can simply click on the plus sign, and it will open the meeting notes page, and I can start adding the meeting notes page here. So I can simply say test page or test meeting notes, and then click on publish. So I haven't added anything here, but I'm just showing how you can add meeting notes. Simply click on publish, and you can see meeting notes got added. Okay, so this is how the overall hierarchy will look like. So you'll have the pages, and below pages you will have, you know, different sub pages or the child pages that can be added within this particular space. All right, so that is a brief about adding the space for any project. If I want to add any other type of space, I can go to view all spaces and click on create space, and I can say, for example, I can choose the documentation space. All right, so click on the documentation space, and I can say documentation demo space, and you can provide the description and click on create. So in this case, you don't have to link it to any particular project, because this is not a project specific space. This is a documentation space, and you can see that there is a predefined template for the documentation wherein you have the featured pages recently updated, and you can update this space as well, or this template as well, if you want to, which we'll cover in later tutorials. But this is the documentation space, and if you want to configure the space settings, you can go to space settings. If you want to configure the shortcuts, it is same way, and in the pages you can get started and start adding the pages from here. You can click on create this plus icon and you can create the child page. Now in the space settings, if I click on space settings, you will see these are some of the space settings that I'll cover in the next tutorial. All right. To create a page, it is a very simple task in Confluence. You just need to know how to navigate and understand what all steps you need to follow to create good pages in Confluence. Now, if we talk about, this particular instance of Confluence, this is the Jira, this is the Confluence cloud version. So I've signed up for the cloud version, and if you haven't watched the previous tutorials, so please go through and watch those, because this is the series. So if you go through the series one by one, you'll be able to understand and connect all the tutorials together. So here, if you want to create a page, so you see this create button here. So either you can click on this create button or click on this, or press the C on your keyboard. So if you see here, if I hover over on this button, this is the shortcut. So C is the shortcut. It's equivalent to clicking on the create button, right? So I can press C, and as soon as I press C on my keyboard, it will redirect me to the page creation panel, right? So now I'm on the page creation panel. You can see that I have the page editor at the top, wherein I can, customize the page, have different customization option, which is basically similar to what we see in the Word, document. And I'll cover the editor in detail and along with the macros in upcoming tutorial. But as of now, so this is the blank page that we have got. I can provide the title here. So I can say test page 1, and then you can provide the description, right? So as soon as you provide the title, this publish button will be enabled in that particular case. So let me put the description, right? So now you can see this is the page that I have created, and I haven't published it yet, right? Let me publish it. And this is the page that will get created into the documentation demo space, if you see, right? So this is the space wherein this test page 1 got created. Okay, now let me click on create again, and I'll walk through a couple of more options that are available in the create page, right? So here, if you see in the right hand side, the first time what we did is we basically created a blank page with our own title and description. But if in the right hand side, you will see the select space. So if I want to change the space where I want to create this particular page, I can select the space from the drop down. So if I don't want to create this page in documentation demo space, I want to create it in first demo space, click on that. And then Confluence provides you a lot of out of the box templates. So you can see 88 templates are provided there, and they are categorized into different categories. For example, if you want to look something for the business strategy, design, docs and reports, etc., you can filter those out from these filters. If you click on these ellipses here, you have marketing and sales productivity. So these templates are out of the box templates, and what these templates are basically, so these are the predefined pages that you can apply to templates that you can apply to your pages. So say for example, I want to create a brainstorming document. So what I'll do is I'll simply select this brainstorming template, and it if I click on it, then this particular page will be updated with this brainstorming template. So let it load. So here now you can see this template has been applied on this particular page, and here at the top you will see the first demo space, and below pages this page will get created, and this particular template is predefined and it has all the table or macros already inserted into this particular page, and this will save me a lot of work when I have to customize this page. So if this exact template doesn't suit my project need, I can update it. So for example, if I instead of like 2 columns, I want to update the table option to have the 3 columns, I can simply change the table options from here. So header column, header row, or numbered column, so I can update that, or I can insert another column remove the column. So this is all possible when I choose the template to customize the details. This will help us to basically reduce the amount of work that we do to create the pages. But in case the template doesn't suit, or all the out of the box templates don't suit your project need, you can anyways go ahead and design your own pages. Okay, so if you want, you can design your own pages and then use those later. So I'll just change it to demo page. I'll provide the title here, so demo page with template, and then I can publish it. So if I click on publish, so you can see the page has been published and it's in the first demo space, so below the pages. Now to edit the content, it's exactly similar as you will be editing the content in any of the Word document or any other document, right? So now I can provide the facilitator name here, so I can do it later, or I can do or edit during the creation of the page. So that's not a problem at all in Confluence, right? So you can provide all the details while creating the page, or you can edit the page later to provide the details of the page or within the page, right? So this is how you will create a page in Confluence. So first step is to click on the create button or press the C button on your keyboard, or go to the space. So say for example, if I go to the home page, on the home page, if I want to create the pages in a particular space, say for example RCV demo, so I'll choose that particular space, and now from that space I can create the pages, right? So these are the list of the pages that are available at the moment. Now from this space, if I click on this create button, this space will by default be selected. Okay, so you can see the selected space is by default selected, and I can simply provide the title, page title, and a description here, and click on publish, and a new page will get published within this particular space. Now say for example, I want to create a child page. So let me close it. I want to create a page. Now I want to create a page hierarchy in a particular space. So I'll select the particular space, and within this particular space, if you see this little icon here, this is the meeting notes, which has a child page, right? So below these pages that you have created, the root level pages, if I want a child page below the product requirement, I'll just highlight and click on this plus icon. If you see, if I hover, it says create a child page. So if I click on this particular plus, it will open the create page window, and in this page you will see that if you see the hierarchy, below pages RCV demo, product requirements is where below this product requirements page, this page will get created. So I'll say product requirement child page. Okay, let me publish it, and we'll see the hierarchy of this particular page. So now you'll see the below product requirement, there is a child page, product requirement child page, right? If I want to create one more child, click on the highlight or hover over this particular page, click on this plus icon, and there will be another child created below this particular page. If I want a couple of child pages below product requirement, I'll go to the product requirement and click on plus below that, and it will create all the child pages that the number of child pages that I want to create below the product requirement. The root level pages, you can simply say for example, I'll click on create. If I want to change the pages to the root level pages, so I simply have to make sure that when I'm creating these pages, these are at the root level, right? So I want to create them at the space level. So I'll simply click on this RCV demo working. Let me put the title. Okay, so it went to that particular space. So you simply have to be on that particular space and then click on create. So in this particular case, it won't, if you see the hierarchy here, it's at the RCV demo level or the space level. So at this particular point, the page that gets created will be at the same level. So you can see it is at the same level. But if I select any of these, say for example, decision log is selected, right? At the moment set decision log is selected and click on create, then the page that will open to create a page below the decision log, right? So test decision log. If I publish it, it will be a child page below the decision log. So this is the very important thing to, make sure. So you can see RCV demo decision log, and below that this test decision log has been created. So if you want to create a space, or if you want to create a page below the space at the parent level, then you have to make sure that you are at the root level here. Okay, so now I'm at the overview or the demo or space level. Now if I'll create, the pages will be created at the parent level. If I am at any of the page, or any page is highlighted, and then I'll create the page, then the page will get created at below that particular level. Okay, so this is very easy to follow and understand. There is nothing tricky about it. You just have to make sure whenever you are creating the pages, you just ensure that this hierarchy that you see at the top, you just ensure that you are in the right place where you want to create the pages. This is highly many people get confused that I created a page and the page is not visible at the location where I want to see it. So this is the place where you need to make sure that you are creating a page at the right level, and it will be available for you at that particular right level. Now, before you understand the step to delete the page, you need to also understand that many times you won't be able to see the delete option at all. In that particular case, you most probably do not have the space permission or the page permission basically to delete the page within Confluence. So permissions within Confluence might restrict you from deleting a particular page, and you might not be able to see the delete option at all. But if you have the permission, we'll go ahead and show you how to delete a page from Confluence. Now, if you are learning Confluence, you would definitely be having the access if you have signed up with your email, and you'll be having the admin access. So you'll be able to follow these steps that I'm going to tell you and delete the page. So to delete a page, first thing you have to do is basically go to the space within which you want to delete a page. So if I go to this, say, RCV demo space, and within the demo space, we'll be having the pages. So there'll be page hierarchy, so parent page, child page, etc. Say, for example, I want to delete this file lists page. It is very simple. I'll just directly go to the file lists page, and in the right hand side, I'll get these three ellipses here. So more actions, if I click on it, I'll get the option to delete this particular page. I can delete it or I can archive it. So let me click on delete here, and it will ask, are you sure you want to delete this particular page to trash? So if I click on OK, it will go to the trash. Now if you see here, there are a couple of things. So there are 0 incoming links. So what this shows is, say for example, this page, or there are links within this page, this will show you that this page is linked to some other pages, right? And if you are deleting that particular page which has certain links within it, then those links will basically, or the links within that page will stop working. So these links will be broken in case this page is linked to some other pages within the Confluence, right, hierarchy. So you have to make sure if this is there are some incoming links to this page, then if you delete this page, then those links will be broken, right? So I want to make sure that everything is fine, and then click OK so that it deletes and sends this page in trash. So now the page has been deleted successfully, and if you see in the left hand side, there is no the page that we have deleted, it's not available there anymore. But this page hasn't been deleted permanently. So to delete a page permanently, what we have to do is we have to go to the space settings, So if you'll still want to see that page has been deleted, so go to space settings and then go to content tools. Within content tools, you'll see the trash tab here. Click on the trash. Whenever you delete a page, it goes to the trash. So you'll see the file lists page that we have deleted is available in the trash. Now I can restore this page, so it doesn't delete the page. So whenever you delete a page, it doesn't delete it directly or finally from this page. It's there within the trash. So say for example, by mistake you deleted it and you want to restore, you can come to the trash here from the space settings and restore the page. Okay, so when you click on restore, it will be restored in the page hierarchy wherever it was, if it has been deleted by mistake. If you want to delete this particular page permanently, what you need to do is you need to click on purge or click on purge all. If there is a list of pages here, you can click on purge all, and then all the pages that are listed here in the trash will be deleted permanently. So if I click on purge all, since there is just one page at the moment, so you'll see this will delete all one item. So there is only one page at the moment, and it will ask, do you wish to continue? And if I click on OK, now this will delete this particular page permanently from the space, and now you cannot restore this particular page into your page hierarchy, right? So this is a brief about the deletion, or how to delete a page from Confluence and how to delete permanently a page from Confluence space. Now we have already understood in the previous tutorial how to create pages within Confluence. Now within the pages you will add some content, right? So let's understand what all features or the page features are there within Confluence and how you can add content within those pages. Now if we talk about creating the content, the first thing will be basically starting from creation of the page. So to create a page, I've already covered that, but to briefly I'll cover again. So to create a page, simply click on this create button here, or simply go to the space, any of the spaces where you want to create the pages. And if you're on the overview tab here in the Jira Cloud, click on create, and it will create the page at the root level, right? If you want to create a child page within any of the page hierarchy, so below here in the left hand side you will see the page hierarchy here. Say for example, I want to create a child page below decision log. Click on this plus icon to create a child page. Okay, so let's create a page at the root level, and I'll click on create. And once I click on create, it goes to the page and asks for the page title and the description, whatever details we want to add in this particular page. In the right hand side, we have already understood about the templates that are available out of the box in Confluence that you can choose. If you're not choosing any of the template, then you can also design your page from scratch. So this is the blank page, and I'll walk you through how you can use all the page features that are available within Confluence to basically work with the page creation even from the scratch. So in the page title, you just provide the page title here, and then in the description page, provide the description. Say for example, I'll put some description there and I'll paste that at the title, right? So this is what I have created now. Now if you see at the top, you have this page editor, right? So this is very similar to what you will see in the Microsoft Word document, and it is very simple to use and self-explanatory as such, but I'll anyways walk you through what all features are there so that you can easily understand how you can use these features within Confluence. Now if you see, this lorem ipsum is already bold, right? So it is bold here. If I want to deselect it, I can simply click on that, or just highlight the text and press Ctrl B to make it bold. and then again Control B to remove the bold there. So let me bold this particular text. If I want to make this printing as italic, I can say Control I, and that will be changed to italic. If you click on more formatting, these three little ellipses here, the icons, then you can underline. So let's say, for example, typesetting I want to underline, then I can say Control U on my keyboard and it will underline, or simply select underline from here. Strike through is, again, it will strike through the content, so I can select strike through. Then the next important ones are the subscript and superscript. Okay, so shortcut for there is no shortcut for subscript and superscript, but if, say for example, I want to make this bean as subscript, I'll highlight that and I'll change it to subscript, and say for example this galley as superscript, I can change it to superscript, right? Then code is another very important feature that you'll be using a lot if you're working in the software development space. So say for example, I want to add any code in particular page, then I can simply select the code and I can choose the code. Let me copy a code. This is Java code, and simply paste within the code section, right? Now you can see if I highlight on this particular code, just click on it and you can select the language, which particular code it is. So this is a Java code, so I can simply scroll down and select Java from the drop down, right? So now you can see the code section is there on the page. Okay, now if I want to remove, say for example, all the formatting, I can simply clear the formatting by simply pressing Control and backslash on my keyboard, or simply click on clear formatting, and all the formatting that I have done will be lost. Okay, so let me make the formatting again. So these are some of the basic formatting options that are available. In the left hand side you have the text styles, so you can choose heading 1 2 3 4 5 6, all the headings are there, and the normal text. Then you have the text alignment. I can left align, I can center align the text. So for example, I want to center align it, let me center align and it will be center aligned, or right aligned, right? So this alignment is possible. I want to change the color of certain text, I can choose the colors that are available here, right? So this text is now red. If I want to see more colors, just select more colors and you'll see all the available colors that you can choose, right? Then coming next to the lists, say for example, there are a couple of things, I want to make them as list. Okay, so say for example, these three items, I want to change it as bullet list. Simply select the bullet list and those items will be changed to bullet list. If I want to change it to numbered list, it will be the numbered list, right? The next thing is basically, say for example, I want to choose action item. Okay, so if I say action item here, then you will see that type your action item, and then you can use the @ to assign that particular item to someone. Say in this particular page, I want to specify all the action items. Say for example, this is the meeting notes or meeting minutes, and there has been some discussion and there are some action items as takeaways that need to be assigned to someone. So I can simply say, I can choose action items, so action 1, and then I can say @, and as soon as I'll start @, it will list all the users that are there in the Confluence instance. Since there is no other user at the moment, so it will list only one user, and I'll choose that particular user, and this particular action item will be assigned to that particular user, right? So that particular user will be notified about that particular action item. If I don't want to assign it to anyone, I can also leave it as is. So this is the good part about the action item. The next option is about the link creation. So for example, I want to link something or provide a link in this particular page. So what I can do is I can simply say, for example, here, let me put my cursor there, and I can click on link. So I can link, I can paste the link or search the recently viewed, right? So what I can do, say for example, I want to link other page, so I can choose the page there, and that link will automatically get inserted, right? So I can edit the link here, and I can, change this particular, say for example, I want to change the description of this links to retrospectives demo, right? So now the description should get, give me a sec, I didn't save it, and hit enter, and you will see that, so change the description and hit enter, and the link name will get changed, right? So that's how you will be adding the link. Then you can also insert files and images. So if I want to add any of the images or the files, so I can click on files and images. I can upload the file from my computer, so I can click on upload file, and if I go to the documents, I will upload, say for example, this logo there and insert. So now you can see the file got inserted, right? So I can now align it left, center, right, or wrap left, right, or I can wrap it right, and I can provide alt text or link in this particular image as well. So for example, I want to link some page with this particular image, I can choose that particular link here, okay, and I can change it to left align again, or maybe center, change it to left align. Okay, so this is how you will add the images or documents within the Confluence page. The next icon that you see is a mention, add mention, which is basically if you want to mention any members of the team, so you simply say @ and start typing the user. So in this case there is only one user, so I can specify the user, and that user will be notified. So say for example, a couple of more users need to be notified as part of this page creation. I can mention other users as well. Okay, I can add emojis, right? So this is very good part of it. So for example, I want to add certain emojis there, I can simply select the emojis that are available here. So there are lots and lots of emojis that you can find, and this will beautify your page and make it more relevant if you want to specify any of the emojis that you would like to use. You can also add your own emoji. So if you click on the emoji, add your own emoji, you can choose the file, which should be like JPEG or PNG, and add that, upload that image, and that emoji will be visible. Okay, then you have this next as a table, which I'll cover later in another tutorial, and then you have this layout. So if I want to change the page layout, so if I want to have page layout which has 2 sections, I can choose that, or 3 sections. If I want to have 3 sections in the page, so I can say section 1, and then section 2, and section 3 there. Okay, so these are the layouts that are available. So 3 columns with sidebar, or left sidebar, or right sidebar, or 3 columns, and then you can have 2 columns as well, right? So this layout is absolutely possible, and you can choose whatever layout is desired for your page. Okay, the next drop down is very important. This is the macros. So what I'll do is I'll cover this in detail in the next tutorial. So table and macros I'll cover in the next tutorial, right? So once all of your page design is done with whatever desired design you want, 3 columns, 3 section, 4 section, 3 section, or 2 section accordingly, then the last thing is basically to publish this page. So if I click on control or press control enter, or click on publish, this page will get published. So now you can see that the title of the page was what is lorem ipsum, and all the details of the page have been basically saved and published, right? So you can see the code section here and the section that we have chosen, the 3 columns there. So now this page is saved and available within this particular space. So this is all about what all editing options are available for the Confluence page and how you can use the simple page editor option to create a really well looking page as per the need of your project or organization. If you're not using any template, you can still build your page from scratch and it will be as good as any of the templates that are available in the in Confluence out of the box. All right. We have seen how you can create a page within Confluence. Now let us understand what exactly are macros and how macros will be really helpful for you when you are creating pages within Confluence. So if we talk about macros are the functionality that is available within Confluence, which will extend the capabilities of your page. So you can enhance the look and feel of the page using macros. You can add dynamic content within the page using the different macros that are available within Confluence. Now this is the sample page that we have created. Now in order to add any macro, we have to first edit the page, or if we are creating the page on the page itself, we have to start adding the macro. So let me edit this page first so that we are editing this particular page. Now if you see on the top, this is the plus icon here and the drop down, right? So this is the macro icon or the drop down that you can utilize to add a macro on the Confluence page. So you can either drop down and add any of the macros that are available in the drop down, or click on view more to see the list of macros that are available within this particular instance of Confluence. Now this is the cloud instance of Confluence. In the server version, you might be having a different set of available macros depending on the version that you're using. Now macros are different in the legacy and the recent version. So if, say for example, you're using the legacy Confluence, in that case the list will be a bit different. So this is the basically how you will add from the UI. Now if, say for example, there are a lot of shortcuts to add macro. So if you see, if I hover over this icon, you will see that I just need to start typing in the / on the page. So for example, I want to add any macro, I'll just type in the / and it will list me the macros that are available, right? And as soon as I start typing in, say for example, I want to add an emoji, then I'll just type emoji and it will filter out the macros that are matching that particular word that I'm going to type. I can simply hit enter and then I can add the emoji. So I can select the emoji from this particular list and hit enter, and that particular emoji will get added, right? So this is how I'll add the macro within the page through the shortcut. Now this is the latest editor. Now if you are using the legacy editor, in order to use this shortcuts, / won't work there. So you have to basically start typing in the curly brace. So you have to start type curly brace, and then the list that will be visible will be exactly similar as this list that you can see on my screen. Okay. Now if we go through the list of macros that are available, so let me go to this list here and click on view more. And now here, if I go to all, you will see all the macros that are available, right? So there are different categories of macros that are available. So in the administration section, there will be all the list of macros that will belong to that particular section. So for example, communication administration is not loading. Let me click on all. Say for example, go to formatting. So at the moment there is nothing in the communication administration. Let's see on the Confluence content. So you have this Confluence content. So blog post, children display, content, contributors. So all these macros are available for the content, right? So for example, I want to display a list of contributors to the page. I can add this contributors macro. So if I click on contributors, I can add the list of contributors. So whosoever will be contributing on this particular page will be visible in the contributors list. And here in the contribution type, I can specify the type. I can edit it to authors or contributors. So whatever name you want to give, and then you can sort by name, update, etc. And then maximum number of contributors, and then display format, etc. you can specify. So I can have the list format. I can click on show count or show last contribution time and other details that you can see. So you can fill out other details if you want to specify the contributors within this particular page. If I click on insert, the list of contributors will be displayed. So right, so here you can see the contributors section has been added on the page, and if I publish this particular page, then I'll see the contributors list here, right? And I'll see when this particular contributor has edited this particular page, right? So this is how the macro will get added and available on the page. Now there are a number of other macros. So if I edit the page and click on the drop down, click on view more, in the development I have this Jira or Jira chart, external content. There are a lot of external content, for example Jira agile gadget, average age chart, etc., or assigned to me, etc. that will be available, that can be added on the page as well. You can do a lot of formatting on the page, so you can add iframe or incident timeline. So all other formatting option, media options are available. So Office, Word, or PDF formatting, if I want to embed PDF, that is available there as well. So there are a lot of macros. I won't go into detail of each and every macros, but I'll cover the very important ones that you'll be using very frequently in the upcoming tutorials. Okay, so in the navigation macros are very important. So you'll be using them a lot to have the table of contents or the page tree or index, page index. So all these you will be using. So I'll cover these navigation one. I'll cover some of the formatting ones and the visual and image ones as well in the next tutorials. So these are some of the list of the macros. If you want to get more details around the macros, so here you can see that these macros will extend the capabilities of your Confluence page. This is the Confluence support page. This is the best place to basically see what all macros are available in the legacy editor. So these are the ones that are available in legacy editor, and if you're using the cloud version now, you might not be able to see these macros. You will be looking at these editors. So these are the macros that are available in both the editors. If you want to utilize any of these, check out the suggestions that you can use for the new macros, and these are the list of the macros that you will be using. If you want to understand the details of each and every macro, just follow the link from here and read out what that particular macro does and how to use that particular macro. Using the macro is very simple task, as I have explained already. Simply start with the / and start typing in the macro that you are looking for. Okay, so or just scroll down and you'll see different macros. Say for example, warning panel. I want to add warning panel on this particular page. I'll select that macro and I'll just type in this is warning. Okay, so I can type in any text here and that warning panel will be visible. Now I can edit or change this warning panel to either info or to a note or success. So this is all possible if I choose this particular macro, right? Or error. So if I want to mention error on the page, I can use this particular macro. So this is the page which you should refer. Apart from these built-in macros, you can get a lot more macros from the Atlassian marketplace. Okay, so from the Atlassian marketplace you can search for other macros that you can buy or available for free. So there will be some macros that are available for free, but then there are some which are paid that you can buy if they fulfill or meet the needs of your project. Now if I go to this next page, this is also very important. So Confluence Cloud Editor Roadmap. Now Cloud Editor is what we are looking at the moment. So this is the cloud instance, and in the Cloud Editor there is on this particular page there is a roadmap or the feature comparison between the legacy editor and the new editor. Now we are on the Confluence Cloud version, so this is the new editor, and in case you are not able to find any of the feature in the new editor, just refer to this particular sheet and see, or this table, and see whether that particular feature is in the pipeline or has been made available in the new editor or not. Okay, so here you can see that when it will be available, will it be available or not in the new editor. So that is what all comparison is there. For example, anchor macro was there in the legacy editor but is no longer available in the new editor, and there is no plan as well to add it in the new editor, right? So this table is also very important to refer when a particular feature in the macro in the new editor will be available for you in the cloud version of the Confluence. All right, so this is a brief introduction about the macros in Confluence and how you can quickly add macros depending on the need of the project. In the next tutorials, I'll cover some of the very important macros one by one and explain how you can utilize those macros in your pages within Confluence. We've already created the page in Confluence and understood a bit about the macros that are available within Confluence. Now let us understand how you can customize the layout of the page. Now if you see this particular page on my screen, this has just one column at the moment. Now when you are creating the page, it might not be necessary that you just want to have one column within the page. You might have different sections in the page. In one section you might want to add an image, in the next section you want to add a table, or you want to have a three sections, three column. Then again you want to have two columns. So how you can achieve that, let's understand that within Confluence. So customizing the page or adding different sections within the page is really easy step in Confluence. So for example, in this particular case, I want to have two sections here or two columns here. So if you see this icon here at the top in the editor, this is the layout that you can choose to define different layouts of the page. So if I click on the layout, it will add a simple two column layout of the page. I can use this two column layout on the page, and in the first column I can have any text, in the second column I can have the image, or in the first column I can have any other macro, or in the second column I can have table. So depending on how I want to visualize, how I want to design my page, I can have these different layouts. If I want three columns, I can simply choose three column layout from this particular layout section here. If I want first column to be bigger, so right sidebar or the left sidebar or center two columns, I can have these layouts accordingly just by changing the layouts from here. If you see in the right hand side, you have this go wide. So I can go wide or I can go full width in terms of this particular layout. Now let me add something in this particular page here. So in the layout, so for example, I want to add this particular text in the center, and in the left hand side I want to add some links, right? So I can add some macros. So I can simply start typing / and I can say for example, I want to add table of content. So I can start typing in table, and I can see that I have the table macro or table of contents, right? So I can simply select table of content, double click, and then click on edit to add the table of content, right? So here the output type is list. I can select the flat or list. So let me keep it as list here. And then I have the minimum heading level and the max heading level is 7. So I can have the headings up to 7. That's the max. And then there are other options. So include headings or exclude headings, then printable, etc. So if I choose not to have it printable, then table of content won't be visible when you are printing, right? So in this particular case, when I'm trying to print this particular page, then table of contents will be visible if this particular box is checked. Okay, so if you want to preview how the table of content will look, simply refresh this preview icon here and the table of content will be visible. Okay, so at the moment I haven't added any table of content as such, so let me just save it here. And so that table of content is added here, the text is here, and on the right hand side let me add an image. So to add an image, I'll use the macro again, so / and then I'll start typing in image and I'll click on files and images. So I can just say enter, and I can use the recently uploaded image. So I'll use this particular image, which is the logo, and you can see that I have table of contents in the left hand side, the content in the center, and in the right hand side I have the image. Now this is one of the layout. Now say for example in the next, after this particular layout, I want to have 2 columns instead of 3 columns. So I can again choose the layout, okay, and I have now 2 columns, and I can expand it, go wide or go full width. Okay, and now here in the first column I want to have some text, so let me copy the same text again, and in the next one I want to have some status macro. So for example I want to add some status there, so I can specify the status and I can say pass in the status and hit enter, right? So you can see that color green and the status macro has been added there. Once I am done with the design of the page and the content of the page, I can click on publish. So click on publish here, and once this particular page has been published, I will be able to see the layout that I have defined for this particular page, right? So table of contents is not visible at the moment because there wasn't any table of content that I have defined, but you can see the center part of the page has the content. In the right hand side I have this image here. In the left hand side, in the next line I have 2 columns. So the first column has content and the second column I have this status. So this is not very well designed as of now, but this is how you will be using the layout to design your pages very well. Okay, so once you have all the relevant content in the page and you want to design your pages, you can play around and edit the page and specify which particular layout is best suited and use that layout for your page. Okay, now let me work on this table of content. So if I click on edit on the table of content, as soon as I'll have some headings on my page, this table of content will be automatically populated. Okay, so let me cancel this and let me add some of the headings on the page so that I can see table of contents as well, right? Because table of contents is very important and you will be using it a lot. So say for example here I will add a heading 1. Okay, so I'll say heading 1 and let me change this to heading 1 in this particular case. Then here I'll change another heading, or I'll add another heading and change that to heading 2, right? And here let me change it to heading 2, and then let me add a couple of more headings here. So here I'll add, say for example, this is not well aligned basically. So let me add a subheading here so that you can see the heading as well. So heading 3 below heading 2, and then I'll add another heading 2 below heading 1. Right, so now as soon as I'll go to table of contents again here and click on edit, and if I click on preview, it should get the list of, okay, I think I haven't saved. Let me save it, publish this page. So now you can see the table of contents has automatically picked up heading 1, right? And then there were 2 headings, so heading 2 that are below the heading 1. So heading 1 is the top level, root level. Below that I have 2 headings, heading 2, and then heading 3 is number 3, which is below heading 2, right? So it has automatically created that table of content for me, which is available in the left hand section of these 3 columns that I have defined here. Within these columns, I can do all sort of formatting that is available on the page. So on this particular column, say for example, I want to choose this particular text. Okay, let me choose the text here, and say I want to align it in the center. I can choose that, or I can left align or right align accordingly. Okay, so I can left align. Similarly, if I want to do any of the changes to the table of content or do a different alignment for this particular image, I can choose that as well. So at the moment it is aligned at center. I can left align, or I can center align or right align accordingly for this particular image and publish it. Okay, so this is a brief introduction about how you will be working with the pages and how you'll be creating different sections in the pages within Confluence, and then how you'll be utilizing macros within those sections in Confluence to make your pages look much better within Confluence. So adding a table is absolutely simple and easy, as we have seen the previous macros, how to add the macros or how to change the layout of the page. It is as simple as that. You just have to understand where to get the table from, or where to navigate to add the table. What are the shortcuts to add the table? What are the shortcuts to add a column, remove a column, or add a row or remove a row within the table? Now, to get started, the first thing you have to do is, when you are creating a new page, you can add the table, or if you are editing an existing page, you have to click on this little pencil icon to edit the page. Now, once you are on the edit page, in order to add the table, the easiest option is to go to the editor, and at the editor at the top, you'll see this table icon, right? So simply click on the icon. Say for example, I want to add a table after this particular paragraph. I'll highlight my cursor there and click on this little icon, which is table icon. So if I click on it, the table will get added in that particular location. There is a shortcut as well. The shortcut to add the table is Shift Alt T. So if, say for example, I want to add another table after this table, on my keyboard I'll press Shift Alt T, and a new table will get added below this particular table, right? If I want to remove a column from a table, simply highlight on the top of the column, and if you select that particular whole column, you'll see that little icon remove column will appear. If you click on the remove column, the third column will get removed and only 2 columns will be remain in the table. If I want to remove a row, I'll highlight the row. So in the left hand side of the row, highlight the whole row and click on the remove row, or there is a shortcut as well to remove the row. Okay, so I'll click on this remove row, and if, say for example, I want to add a new column, right? So simply after this particular column, I'll click on this plus insert column. So either press Ctrl Alt and then right arrow, or click on this plus and the new column will get added. Similarly, to add a row, say for example I want to add a row after this particular last row, so I'll highlight at the bottom of the row. If I want to add a row in between of the first row and the second row, I'll highlight on the first row and click on this icon here, insert row. If I want to add another row, keep clicking and it will keep adding the rows after this particular row. Now this is how you will add the tables within the Confluence. Now say for example there are different table options, so this is the highlighted row, and if you see that I have this header row, if I want to highlight the header column, click on the header column and the header column will be highlighted as well. If I want to have the numbered columns, click on the numbered columns and the row numbers will be appearing in the numbered columns. So this is how I'll be adding the tables. Now say for example in the table I want to add certain issues. Okay, so what I can do is here, if you see, you have the cell options as well, which is basically if you click on the cell options, you will see insert column, insert row. I can change the cell background. So for example I want to change the color of the cell to blue. I can choose the color. I can remove the row, remove column. I can merge cells. So for example if I want to merge two cells, so I can select two of these cells and I can merge these cells into one. Okay, similarly I can do clear cells to remove any of the content. So if there is any content, I can select, say for example there is some content here, there is some content here, I can highlight both and clear the cells and the content will get removed. If I want to split these these cells, I can select this and I can split the cell and it will be in the normal rows again. So these are some of the formatting options that you can do. To expand this particular table, I can click on this go wide to expand this table and then to again twice to go to the full width. Now within the table I can have different macros as well. So I can simply say for example I can start typing in / and I want to have mention or Jira ticket here, right? So for example here I'm adding this table to track the status of my Jira issues within Confluence. So what I'll do is I'll remove one of the column and I'll add the Jira issues. So I'll use this macro Jira and I can either create a new issue or I can simply add the recently viewed one. So I'll add the existing one in this particular case. Now you will see that this particular issue has been added here, and here in the right hand side I can use the status macro and add the status as this is to do. So I can simply have the status, so status, and I'll name it as to do and hit enter, right? So you can see that by default, because this is the issue coming from Jira itself, so it will display the status that is there in the Jira. But this is just to show you how you can use the table to track some of the contents from Jira, or basically say for example you want to get the list of people that are contributing to this particular article or the page, then you can use the @ mention in this particular table as well. So here, say for example I'm tracking the issues, so I can say issues and then here status, right? In the another table, say for example I am tracking a particular feature and a person who is working on that particular feature. So I can have a feature in this particular case and I can describe the feature. So I can say feature 1 and then I can say person responsible, and in this particular case I can use @ mention. Okay, so I can use @ mention and with the at mention I can specify the users that are responsible for that particular feature. Okay, so feature 2, and I can, because there is only one user at the moment, so I can't choose any other user. And once I am done with my table formatting and structure, I can simply publish this particular table. And now you can see that the table has been published, and you can see the table, whatever numbering I have done, the highlighting that I have done, these different columns, the status, and the feature that I have mentioned. It is all available in the page in the form of table or the table formatting that we have done. So with table, just try to work around or play around with the different options that are available within the table, and this will help you a lot in creating a better looking page which contains table and relevant information within table. So we are working with the Confluence Cloud, so this tutorial will be completely specific to the cloud version of Confluence. Now, adding the images, videos, and the files in Confluence page is very important and very simple. So I'll walk you through all the key steps that are required to add or embed the files and videos to any of the Confluence page. Now, generally, how you will go through and navigate to the particular page will be through the spaces. So space would be relevant, or it will be specific to any of the project within your organization. So for the engineering department, you might be having a couple of spaces, and within those engineering department can have multiple pages within them. So say for example, this is the documentation space that you want to open. So this is documentation demo space that we have created. And below that you will have the pages, right? So in the left hand side in the menu, you will see the page section. And say for example, I want to add the images into the sample page. So I'll click on sample page and just edit that particular page. So to edit the sample page, you will see this little pencil icon to edit. So click on this pencil icon, and then the page editor will open, right? So here you will see all the options here, and in order to add the images, it's very simple. So what you can do is you can simply click on this icon, little icon here. You can see if I hover over this, I can see files and images. So I can simply click there and it will open the file or the window pop-up to attach or select the files from my system. So say for example, I want to add the logo. I will simply select the logo and the logo will get added to the page. If I want to resize the logo, simply, you can just drag and drop. So you just hover over and you will see this little icon appearing. And if you just pull and, push across, it will resize accordingly. Then if you select this particular icon, you can center it, or you can left align, right align, and you can wrap text, etc. You can add the link to it. So say for example, I want to open the website rcvacademy.com. When somebody clicks on this particular icon or the image, then I can add that particular link. I think it didn't add it, so let me add that and hit enter. Okay, so now you can see edit link appears now. So the link has been added there. If you want to specify all text, you can specify that, and all the alignment details are possible. So this is how you will add the image. The other option is to simply, wherever you want to add the image on the page, you put your cursor there and just press /. Okay, and then start typing files and images, right? So you can see files and images appear, and just double click that and it will open the same window. And here, say for example, I don't want to add image. Now I want to add some file there. So I can add the Word document or any other document. I can add that. So this is the text file I want to add. I'll select it and click on open, and you can see this confluence.txt got added, right? So this is how you will add any sort of file to the Confluence page. So we have seen how to add image. To add the file, you can go to the little icon at the top, or you can directly follow the shortcut, right? Now, please remember one more thing, that this is the new editor. So if you see this publish and close icon here, as you are working on the cloud version, so the new version or the cloud version of Confluence will have the new editor. There will be legacy editor as well, which might not work exactly the same way as I'm explaining in this particular tutorial. But I believe if you're using the cloud version of the Confluence, you will definitely be having the new editor in Confluence, and all the buttons and icons will be exactly same, right? Now, say for example, you want to add a video into your page. It's also very simple. You can simply select or a point wherever you want to add the video, put your cursor there and just start with /, and you can simply start with and start typing in widget connector. So there is a macro widget connector. So start typing in widget, and what widget connector macro does, it embeds, you can embed your YouTube videos, Flickr slideshows, Twitter stream, Google Docs, and other content from the web, right? So you can simply select widget connector, and then you can provide the URL. Okay, so I have copied the URL already. I'll select the URL of the YouTube video, and then here you can specify the pixel width and the height of the video. So if I just select the preview at the moment, you can see that this is the video from my other YouTube channel, Software Testing Mentor, which is the Selenium or the software testing and automation channel. So this video appeared here, right? And if I want to change the width and the height, I can change the width, say for example to 800 and height to 400. I can specify the width and the height accordingly. If I preview it, now you can see the width and height of the video have changed, right? So let me change it a little bit to 300 to 600 and 300, and then embed it. So once you are fine with the preview, you can simply click on save, and the video will get added, right? So widget connector will start displaying the video there. You can edit the video here. You can change it to center or go wide or full width. So depending how you want to appear the video on the page, you can specify these selections accordingly, right? So this is the shortcut. If you want to select the widget connector, you can also select it from this plus icon here. So you can click on this plus icon and go to the view more, and here you can find the widget selector or widget connector as well, right? So you start typing widget and it will give you the macro widget connector from here as well, and you can select widget connector and insert it, right? So that is possible as well. So shortcuts are very helpful and easy to use on the Confluence pages. So I would highly recommend to get familiar and comfortable with the shortcuts, right? So now once you are fine that these are the files, the images and the videos that I want to add, you can simply go ahead and publish, right? So once you publish, the details that you have edited on the page, all the details will be saved, and you can see that I have the image here, right, that we added and which has the link. So if I'll click on this particular image, it will open the URL that we specified, right? So this is the URL that we specified that got opened, and here is the text file that we attached. If you'll click on it, it will open the text file and you can view it, and then in the video got embedded, and the height and width of the video has been adjusted accordingly. I can simply watch the video within my Confluence page, which is pretty cool feature, I would say, right? So you can see that these are some of the ways you can utilize in your Confluence pages to add the images, files and videos, which will make your Confluence pages much more presentable and very easy to follow and use, right? So we are working with Confluence Cloud, and it is very important to understand how you can customize the look and feel of Confluence and customize it as per the themes or the layout of your organization. So how you can change the logo, the fav icon, the color theme, etc. So we'll learn all of those concepts. So once you're logged into your Confluence instance, you need to be an administrator basically. So once you are the Confluence admin, you will get this little cogwheel in the right hand side, the settings icon. So if you click on settings icon, it will open the configuration of your Confluence instance. So it will give you all the settings that are available. So at the moment, all the site administration, etc. Now to customize the look and feel, you simply scroll down a little bit and go to the look and feel section, right? So it is pretty straightforward, nothing complex there. And here you will get a lot of options, right? So you have themes, you have color scheme, PDF layout, PDF style sheet, logo and fav icon, header and footer, and default space logo. So we'll cover a few things here, and then we'll cover other things which are not related to look and feel into some other tutorial, right? So like PDF layout and PDF style sheet, they are related to look and feel and layout, but mostly you will be customizing the layout of the changing the logo and fav icon or the color theme. So we'll cover all of that. So the first thing is basically changing the color scheme. So how you can change the color scheme. So at the moment, if you see, I have this blue color, right? So say for example, I want to change this color scheme, then I can go to color scheme here and I can choose any specific color if I want to change the color accordingly, right? So at the moment here it's blue, so if I can if I edit it, so I can change it to highlight to some other color. So this is the color picker, and if I'll open this, it will open the color picker, and say for example I will choose a little bit of orange color there, and the background, if I want to change it to something bit of colorful, so let's pick some, say for example, not this one, let's change it to gray. So if I save this, you will see that the color scheme will get changed, right? So you can see the background has changed to the gray color and the button have been changed to the orange, right? So this is how you will change the color scheme. If you want to change or reset the scheme, reset the color, you simply click on edit and click on reset, and it will reset to the original state. All right, so this is how you will change the color. Now moving to the logo and fav icon, so simply scroll down, go to the site logo and fav icon, right? So click on site logo and fav icon. Now here you select the file or your logo, so click on choose file, and in the download, say for example this is my logo, so I'll simply select the file and click on open, right? So here you have the option to show logo only or show logo and title. So if I want to show the title as well, then I can provide the title of my organization, so I can say RCV Academy, and I can choose to show logo as well as title. So if I'll save it, I'll have the logo changed and the title accordingly, right? So title will be shown next to the logo as well. So you can see title RCV Academy is shown as well as logo is shown. Okay, now if you notice here that this header bar updated accordingly, right? So as I changed the logo, the color theme automatically updated to match with the logo, right? So here you can see we have updated the color scheme to match your logo. So if you do not want to do it, you can simply click on undo, and then the color scheme won't change. So it will just update the logo, color scheme will remain as is, and it will show you the title. All right, so color scheme or updating color scheme is automatic, which is very handy most of the time, but in my case, you know, color scheme was exactly similar to the logo, so I can choose some other color scheme if I want to. Right, now fav icon is this little icon that you see, right? So this is the fav icon of the website. Now if you want to change the fav icon to some other icon, mostly it will be your site's logo or company logo, so simply choose the file. As of now, I will simply choose my logo here and same logo and click on upload, and then you can see that site logo, this logo and the fav icon will get updated as well. So here you can see your fav icon was uploaded successfully, and you can see now the little icon appear in the left hand side where my mouse is pointing. So the fav icon is no more the default Confluence fav icon, it is the logo that I have uploaded, right? So this is how you will change the logo and fav icon in the Confluence. Now moving to the default space logo, right? So default space logo is the space logo that is available for the spaces, the default logo that will be available for all the spaces within your Confluence instance, unless and until the space admin goes in and updates the logo to be very specific to the space. So that I'll explain in a moment. So basically, say for example, I want to have a default space logo. So what I'll do is I'll choose a file and I'll use the same logo. Let me upload it, and then I'll show you how this default space logo will look like. So the default logo, space logo, has been uploaded here. Now if you go to the spaces here, now you can see all the spaces have this logo here. Okay, so if I click on view all spaces, all the spaces will have this logo attached to those spaces. Okay, now these logos can be updated by the space admin. Say for example, I do not want this default logo for this particular space, then I can go to that particular space, go to the space settings, and in the space settings you can update this space logo, right? So by default, if you have the default space logo set at the global level, that logo will be applicable to all the spaces in your Confluence instance, but space admins can go ahead within their spaces and edit the space logo as per their requirement or the need. Okay, so I can simply go to the space if I'm the space admin and edit the space logo and update the space logo accordingly. All right, so that's how you will update the default space logo. Let's go to the settings, global settings again, or the general configuration again, and see what else is there. So we have covered about the color scheme, we have covered about the logo and fav icon, and we have covered about the default space logo. All right, now let me cover about themes as well. So look and feel, basically theme is also a very important part of the look and feel, because there are lots and lots of themes available at the Atlassian marketplace that you can download and install. And what themes will do is they will update the color scheme, the layout. So basically it's just like the website, or say for example, if you are aware of the WordPress themes. So when you install WordPress, you can apply any theme and the website starts looking according to that. So you can apply news theme, or you can apply the business theme, and it's basically how your website will look, or the look and feel or the interface of your website. So similar is the concept here. The site theme, it's same thing. So always the current theme will be your default theme that comes out of the box from the Confluence. But if you want to choose the new theme, you can go to the to more about themes, and you can install, say for example, if I go to more about themes, I can install a new theme from the Atlassian marketplace. So if you go to the Atlassian marketplace, I can go ahead and find the themes that are available, and if there is certain theme that I want to use, say for example scroll viewport for Confluence, so these are some specific theme which will serve for specific purpose for your project. Say for example support portal you want to have, so if you go ahead and see this scroll viewport, it is suitable for the support type of documentation scroll viewport, and it will show your content something like this. So if you open this, you will see that your Confluence page will start looking something, you know, very organized and helpful for the people to come in and explore the Q&A of your Confluence page. So this is how the themes basically work. So you can go ahead and install themes if you wish to, but by default there is just one theme, and I'm not going to install a new theme as of now, but this is just to give you an explanation about that there are themes that you can go add and explore in the Atlassian marketplace, and install and apply the themes, and the layout of your Confluence page will be updated according to the new theme that you will go ahead and activate. Okay. So dashboard or the home page in Confluence is the page that appears first when you launch a Confluence site. So as you can see, if I click on this logo here, it will open this particular page, or if I click on the home page or launch the Confluence site, it will open the default home page or the dashboard. So that's the dashboard in Confluence. Now, in order to edit this Confluence dashboard or update it as per the organization's need, you need certain administrative privileges, and then if the customization is not as you are able to do from the out-of-the-box Confluence, then you might need some programming knowledge as well to update the templates and all. So I will walk you through the very basic step of updating this Confluence, homepage. So say for example, in this right hand side, there is an announcement bar, right? So you want to customize this announcement bar and you want to update certain details within it. You can do that. So here is a customized link. So if you are logged in as an administrator, you can click on customize, and you can see this is basically a template. So this welcome message is a template, and you can update the details of the template. So you can say for example, I want to update or add the relevant information or some welcome message, and along with welcome message I want to add some key information that people need to read. I can add that key information here. So I can say that key information, right? I can also add the macros within it to make it more intuitive and readable. So say for example, I want to add an info panel. I can add this is an info panel, right? Then I can also add the table. So basically whatever editing option that you can do generally on the page, you can do on this particular welcome message. And if I save it, then let's see how it appears on our home page, right? So on our dashboard, so if I go on the home, Confluence home, you will see that information, that key information and info panel, these details appear, right? So this is not very well laid out at the moment, but once you customize it properly, it will be appearing properly on this particular announcement banner. Okay, so this is how you will customize this particular dashboard. Now there are other details. If for example you want to completely change this particular layout, there are apps that are available in the marketplace that you can use. You can install those apps and plugins to update the dashboard, or the other option is to use the pages. So go to the configuration or the Confluence administration, and in the Confluence admin, if you go to further configuration, and here you will see that site home page is dashboard at the moment. So if I want to change it to some other page, right? So I can choose to some other page within my Confluence instance, and I can edit or customize that page as per the layout that I want to see on the dashboard, right? So that's another way to customize the dashboard. So here in the drop down, I can say, for example, I want to choose this FDS and click on save. So once the save is successful, you will see that site home page is now FDS. So whatever space page that you choose here, so that default page will be your site home page, right? That space that you will choose here. So now if I click on this logo here, so it might take some time. So you can see that first demo space appeared, and now if somebody will launch this particular Confluence instance, it will be redirected, or he or she will be redirected to this particular demo space that you have chosen. And this demo space, you can see you have quick navigation. It's basically customized as per the need of the organization. You can have the team, the roadmap, and all the different configurations are possible in that. However, if you click on the home here, it will still use that or home page, the default home page. if you want to update this default home page, you would need some understanding of the programming or scripting language to update this. However, this is good enough. So basically you can define or you can customize the page and then use that page as your default home page. So basically just change the default home page to the dashboard page, and as I have walked you through, and then that page will be always displayed whenever somebody will launch the Confluence website, as you can see in this particular case. And then you can customize this page according to the need of the project or the organization. All right, so that's all about this particular tutorial, how you can customize the dashboard of the Confluence. So let's get started. So in order to view the audit log in Confluence, it's pretty simple. You need to have the Confluence administration access. Once you will have that access, you can go to this cogwheel, which is settings. So click on the settings, and in the settings section, you will find the audit log section or the link at the bottom here below the administration, right? So let me click on this and let's first understand what is the importance of audit logs. So audit logs are important if your Confluence administrator wants to keep track of what all changes have happened, say for example permission changes, etc. So they will be logged and can be used for troubleshooting purpose. So that's the benefit of audit log. Now on the free plan of Confluence, you won't be having audit logs, but in order to create this particular video and show you audit log, I'll move to the paid plan basically. So I'll just move it to 14 days paid plan. So I can try it for 14 days, which doesn't require any of the credit card. So it's basically trial for 14 days. So you can do the same thing, and we'll click on start trial. So let it finalize and click on done. So make sure after 14 days, you just disable or downgrade to the free plan, right? Let me see. Right. So here now you can see that, close this. So in the audit log, now I can see what all logs are available in the audit log. So basically what was the event type, what change happened. So basically the event type was global administration and the change was global settings changed, and the items that have been affected. So if you want to see more details, so click on show more and it will give you the details of what all details have changed, right? So this is the importance of audit logs, and this helps the administrators to basically go and understand what has happened at the user and group level. So for example, here the user got created, right? So there was a user that got created and the user is active basically, if there is an email. So all this information will be really helpful for a person who is administering Confluence to troubleshoot. Now, in order to update the settings of the audit log, you can go to the settings here, right? And you can update few of the settings. Say, for example, this basically you can specify the events that you need to keep, right? So you can specify the number of months, the past number of months for which you want to keep the events, right? So you can update and change that accordingly as and when as required by the organization or the Confluence instance. You can export the audit log. So rather than looking at the audit logs here, we can simply click on export and it will export the CSV file. So if you see in the left hand corner, a CSV file has been exported. If I open this, you will see all the audit logs have been exported and visible on this particular CSV file. So all those details will come here in the CSV file when you will export, right? Now at the bottom, if you want to move to the next page, you can navigate to the next page and get the details about the audit log. All right. So that's pretty much it about the audit logs. There is nothing complex as such. Basically, just wanted to show you how you can enable the audit log if you're on the free trial and why the audit logs are helpful, right? So it gives you a history of changes. Basically, if you see just here, it gives the history of changes, and very useful when you are tracking the details about the permissions, settings, etc., and if there are any add-on changes, right? So that's the significance of audit logs. In free plan, you won't get it, but if you're an organization, you want to switch to the paid plan, you will get audit log, which will be helpful in troubleshooting the Confluence instance. So let's get started. Now, in order to install the apps in Confluence, it is also a very simple process. You need to have the administrator access and go to the cogwheel in the settings, click on it, and in the Confluence settings in the left hand side, if you scroll down, you will see the section where is Atlassian Marketplace, right? So Atlassian Marketplace is the marketplace where different vendors produce or basically develop the apps for the Jira and Confluence. So to enhance the overall functionality of Confluence, there are so many apps available. So say for example, by default, you are not able to find certain functionality within the Confluence. There will be an app if you try to find out in the marketplace. So there might be some vendor or some development organization who is working on providing those apps, right? So that's what we can do basically. So we can go and in the marketplace click on find new apps, and we will use some of the very, very good apps which are free. There are free and paid apps. So free apps will filter out and we'll try to install some of the free apps. So here, this is the marketplace now within Confluence, and here you can sort by top rated, trending, selling, etc., and based on the categories as well. So for example, you are looking for charts and diagramming. So charts and diagramming are very, very widely used ones. So usually in the design, charts and diagramming tools or the apps are very widely used. So you might be requiring some charts and diagramming one, you might be needing some of the project management or report one, so that you can filter, right? But I will simply go to the free version of the apps so that I can show you how you can install the free version, right? Now here on this free version page, basically you can see there are many apps that are available for free. For example, Google Drive for Confluence. So if you want to embed Google Drive files into any Confluence page, you can simply pick this particular app and install it, right? To install it, simply click on the app and there will be an option to get the app, right? So in the right hand side, click on get app. It is free, so that's absolutely fine. And it will load and you just have to click on get it. Now you can view the details from this particular link. I'll just simply click on get it now. So it will add this Google Drive for Confluence on this particular instance of Confluence Cloud. And once it's added, you will see this success message being popped up, right? Now, once the app has been installed, you can go to this manage app link here below Atlassian Marketplace, below find new apps, and manage this particular app. Basically, you can configure, you can uninstall it. So there will be some apps which needs, after installation, might need some configuration to be done. So when you go to manage apps, you can configure them there, or you can uninstall and see the details about those apps, right? So there is a bit of documentation here, so you can read out the documentation, how you can embed the files or Google Drive files in the Confluence page, and all those details will be provided in the documentation that you can see here. Now to see the app that has been installed, go to manage apps, and on the manage apps page you will see the Google Drive for Confluence has been added, right? So if I expand this, you will see I can uninstall this app from here. I can rate and review, and I can basically see all other details. So marketplace listing, the license, support and issues, etc. can be referred from this particular page here, right? So now in order to use this Google Drive that we have installed, so we can use the Google Drive integration within our pages. So say for example, if I go to a particular space here, and we can embed the Google Drive files there. So in the pages, so go to sample page and edit the page. So here, say for example, I want to embed a particular sheet here. So for example, okay, so I can simply say shortcuts / and then start typing sheet, right? So now you can see Google Sheets widget will be available there, or you can click on this plus and click on view more, and you will see all the macros basically available here. So I can say sheet and Google Sheets will be there, or I can say just say Google. So you can see Google Doc, Google Sheets, and Google Slides. So this is basically available after we have installed that particular app. So now I'll just say I'll add Google Sheets macro there. So what I have to do is I have to just provide the spreadsheet URL. So this is the sample sheet that I have created. And once I select the URL, I can specify the height. I can check the include a link to view in the tab. And this is how the preview will be, because you need to sign in into the sheet, Google Sheet, to basically view it, right? So I can insert it. And if, say, for example, somebody wants to view this sheet in the Confluence page, they can sign into Google and see this sheet there. All right. So this is very, very helpful to enhance the functionality of your Confluence page. You can install the add-on, and this is the free add-on. So we have understood how you can install the add-on, configure. In terms of configuration, there is nothing required, so it automatically gets added. And then how you can use the add-on into the pages that you create in future, or use this macro into the existing pages, right? So you can use this, the new macro that will be available in this macro list, into the existing pages or the new pages. All right. So let's get started. So in order to start with the configuration of header and footer, you have to go to the configuration or the Confluence admin. So settings cogwheel, click on that in the right hand side, and in the configuration settings, you have to scroll down to the look and feel section. In the look and feel section, you will have the option for header and footer. So if you click on header and footer, what it will open is, it will basically open the header and footer section with the details. So here, if you see, read a little bit detail here. So what it does is it will customize the look of the space of your space with header and footer. And we can use wiki markup to add text, link, macros, and images. So there are a lot of things that you can do with the header and footer using the wiki markup. So before we go ahead and start using header and footer, let's go and open the wiki markup and see how we can customize or how we can add the header and footer. Now, in the very simple terms, if you want to have a header and footer, you can simply put a text here at the top. So say, for example, I want to have a header RCV Academy at the top and RCV Academy at the bottom, right? So if I provide that particular text and save it, every page that I'll create now will have this header as RCV Academy and footer as RCV Academy. So let me go back to the space, right? So let me go to home page and show you how it will basically look like. So here, let me go to first demo space and let me see if there are any pages. Yeah, there is one page, demo page with template. And here, if I click on that page, you will see that RCV Academy is displayed at the top and it is displayed at the bottom. Okay. Now, if you go to the child page or you create any new page in this particular space, it will have this header and footer in all the pages. So let me create one new page and show you that as well. So I'll title the name, the page as test page, and click on publish. And you can see that RCV Academy is displayed as header and footer. Now, the only exception in this particular case is, say, for example, once you have set up this header and footer at the global level, it will be applicable to all the spaces and all the pages once it is set up at the global level. But in case, say, for example, you have changed the header and footer at the space level, right? So say, for example, I'm in this particular space and I go to the space settings, and in the space settings, I go to the look and feel, and in the look and feel of the space as well, I can override the settings that I have done at the global level. So I can go to the space header and footer, and I can have a separate header and footer for that particular space. So here in the header and footer, I can say this is child something like that. Okay, so RCV Academy. So let's put something different text in the header and footer and click on save. And now, because I have overridden whatever the global settings for the look and feel header and footer were for this particular Confluence instance, now in this particular first demo space, all the pages should be having this new header and footer. Okay, so if I go to the pages, and here you can see that this header has now changed to, this is child header RCV Academy, and this is child header RCV Academy for the footer as well, because I have kept the similar text for header and footer. Okay, so that's how you will enable header and footer at the global level. And if the spaces don't have any specific header and footer, they will inherit the global header and footer. And if there is a header and footer that you want to be very specific for the space, then you can specify the header and footer for that particular space, and the space header and footer will be given precedence over the global header and footer settings that you have done. Okay, so that's the first thing to remember in the settings of the header and footer. Now, say for example, I go back to the home page. Okay, let's go to the settings again and understand how you can customize the header and footer to make them look really better and make them really presentable for your projects and company. So go to the settings, go to the look and feel, and in the header and footer, we will go to the wiki markup and we'll see how you can use wiki markup to add text, links, macros, images, etc. Okay. Now, just having the header without just having a text as a header or footer doesn't add a lot of value. Okay. So maybe as part of your organization, you want a company logo to be part of the header always in all the pages. So what you can do is you can go to this Confluence wiki markup, and it has all the important things and settings that you can do to customize your header and footer. So say for example, you want to add the headings. You want to add a heading, H1 heading, then you simply have to say H1 dot and then the text that you want to specify. Say for example, I want this RCV Academy to be H1, right, to be heading 1, and then I'll just say H1 dot RCV Academy. And say for example, footer, I want to keep it H4, I'll change it to H4 dot and then save. And now if I go to any of the spaces, let's see that it has actually changed. So let me go to the knowledge base here and add a page. So here I'll create, and let me provide the title, so sample page, and publish. So I'm not putting too much detail there, just to show you that the header and footer. Now you can see the header is of heading 1 and footer is of size H4, right? So that's how you will use wiki markup to customize the headings. Now you can do the lists as well. Say for example, you want to have the list, the bulleted list, then you can do the star and then followed by the bullet item. If you want the sub item, then you can have 2 stars. Similarly, numbered list, you have the hash to start with and then the sub numbered item, right? So just go through this particular page, this wiki markup syntax page. It is really helpful to help you to customize the overall header and footer. But what I'll do is I'll show you how you can customize or how you can add the logo in the header all the time so that it appears on all the pages. And then in the footer, say for example, you want to put that all your websites, etc., then how you can add tables there. Okay, so let me go back and I'll do the global settings. So I'll go to the settings and go to look and feel, header and footer, and here now in the header I want to add the logo of my company always. Okay, so say for example, let's go to the image section of this wiki markup. So we'll go to the images. Okay, now say for example, I want to display an image from an external website on the page. So my company logo might be at the particular URL. What I'll do is I'll simply copy this method. Okay, so it starts with the exclamation mark. So you start with exclamation mark, provide the URL, and then end with the exclamation mark. Okay, so I can simply go back and I can say I want to add the URL of the image. So I'll start with the exclamation mark, end with the exclamation mark, and within that I will specify the location or the URL for that particular image. Okay, so this is, say for example, the image location. the URL, I'll just specify that. Okay, and then in the footer, say for example, I want to specify the table which contains all my company websites. So usually, like, the websites have the footer, so they have certain columns, and within the column they can have links, or they can have the support numbers or something like that. So in order to create a table, if you go to the wiki markup here, you will see that in order to create a table, you simply have to use these pipes, right? And the first row, if you want to highlight it, then you just use double pipe and then followed by heading 1, double pipe followed by heading 2, and so forth. Okay, and for the row and column, you just have to use single pipe there. So same thing we'll do here. So for example, we want to have the footer which says our websites, okay, and then 2 pipes, and then we'll say for example we want to specify the contact as numbers there, okay, and then 2 pipes, and then we want to provide the support details. Okay, so this will be our header, and now header for that particular table. And now below that we'll start with a single pipe, and we'll say our website. So I'll simply say https training.rcvacademy.com followed by the contact number. Okay, so I'll provide any contact number, say for example, followed by another contact number, okay, something like that, and then close pipe. So this will create a table with a row which has the headers, and then the values, which is basically the website name, the phone numbers, etc., in the footer of each and every page. So if I click on save now, once this is saved, if I go to the demo space or any space there which doesn't have their own header and footer configured, then we should get this header and footer. So let me go back to home, and we'll go to the knowledge base one, okay, where we have created this sample page. So we'll go to sample page, and here you can see that this particular image is being displayed, right? And if you scroll down here at the bottom, you'll see that our websites, contact us, and support heading is displayed. This is a table for the footer, and we have these URLs being displayed there. Okay, so say for example I want to convert this to URL, right? So in the footer here, it's not a URL, so let me check how we can do it. So if we go down here, so we can simply specify something like that. So in the square brackets, we want to specify the URL. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go to the settings here, again go to the header and footer, and instead of directly putting there, I will put this URL into the square brackets. Okay, so now this will appear as the link on the page. So it is saved now. Let me duplicate this tab instead of moving back and forth. Go to home, and I'll open this sample page, and now you can see that the URL is appearing there. Okay, so there is no limitation how much you can customize Confluence. There is a lot of support. The key thing is basically going through this markup page, right? And it has everything that you need to customize. So if you just go through and read and see how you want to add the embedded list, or you want to have the text effects, if for example you want to change the text to italics, strike through, underline, every input is there that you can directly use and customize your header and footer in the Confluence instance. Okay, now once you have customized this header and footer, any page that you create in this particular knowledge base, because now this RCV Academy knowledge base doesn't have its own header and footer. In the space settings, if you go to look and feel, you will see that its own header and footer settings are blank. So here you can see that the header and footer settings are blank. So that is why it is taking the configuration that we have done at the global level. So now if you create any of the child page in this particular pages or in this space, it will have the same header and footer that has been defined at the global level. Okay, so let me create one more page to show it to you. So I'll say sample page 2 and publish it, and this page as well should have the same header and footer as we have defined at the global level, right? So you can see that header has been added, this image is displayed, and at the footer you will see the website and the support details being displayed. Now this is really important in the cases of, say for example, you want to create a Confluence website or the portal, which is the support portal, and you want to add these headers and footers in each and every page of the Confluence. So rather than doing it at the space level, you can do it at the global level, And then if at the space level you require that you need some different header and footer, update the space header and footer. That's how you will customize your header and footer for the Confluence instance so that it is applicable to all the spaces and pages in your Confluence instance. So in many cases, your project documentation will be available in the Word documents, and you would like to import those Word documents into Confluence to keep them in a common repository and then collaborate with the team within the Confluence. So we'll understand how you can, or what are the steps that are involved to import the documentation properly into Confluence, and then how you can use those documentation within Confluence. So let's get started. So the first thing to understand here is that, say for example, I'll open the sample document. Here is the document that I have prepared, the dummy document that will be importing. So here you can see these are the headings, right? And then we have some paragraphs, images and icons, etc. in this document. So let's see when we import this document into Confluence how it looks like and how easily you can import the documentation within the Confluence. So let me close this and we'll go to Confluence, go to the home page, and we'll go to a particular space. Okay, so say for example, I want to import the document into the space RCV Academy knowledge base, and say this is one of your project where you want to import all your project documentation which is there in the Word file. So you go to that particular space, and in the right hand side you will get this more actions. So click on this more actions ellipsis here, go to advanced details and click on import Word document, right? So when you click on import Word document, it will open the importer. You just have to select the file to import. So I'll click on the sample doc file, click on open, and it will start the upload. You will see that file uploaded successfully message, and then we will click the button to proceed. So we'll click on the import to go to further options that we need to select. So here you will see that I'm at the space level. Okay, now here are some of the configuration options that are very important to understand. Now where you want to import this particular sample documentation. So you'll see that root page title is the page title that has been by default taken as the name of the sample, name of the documentation, right? So the name of the documentation is sample doc. So that's taken as the root page title. And then in the where to import, you'll have option to import as the new page in the current space. So if you select import as new page in the current space, it will create a new page below this page structure. If you say replace RCV Academy knowledge base, right? So what this will do is it will replace the whole knowledge base. And if you check this delete existing children of RCV Academy knowledge base, everything below this space, all the pages will be deleted. So we do not want to delete anything. We simply want to import. So let me uncheck this. We simply want to import as a new page in the current space. So in this particular space, RCV Academy knowledge base space, I will import a new page, which is the Word document. Then in the title conflict, say for example, there is an existing title with the same name. Then what this option will do is it says rename imported pages if the page name already exists. Say for example, sample doc page exists. So what this option will do is it will rename the pages to sample doc 01 accordingly. Or we have option to replace or remove existing pages with imported title. So depending on your requirement, you can choose the title conflict options. Then the third option is split by heading, which is very, very important. So if you select the drop down, you have the option level 1, 2 and 3 headings here, and you have option to don't split. If you said don't split, so what will happen is this whole Word document, right? So the sample doc Word document will be imported as one single document, and this whole thing with all the headings and everything, all the content will be imported into one particular document. Okay, so everything that you see here will be imported in one document. If you select that you want to split based on level 1 headings, say for example, so because this document has 4 headings, so heading 1, 4, and all these headings are level 1 headings. So if you go to here, you will see all these headings are level 1 headings, and because of that, what will happen is that all these headings will be splitted into each page, and content below those headings will be part of that particular page. So because there are 4 headings, of level 1, then there will be 4 pages. So we do not want to create 4 pages. We simply want to import this whole document as a one document. So we'll simply keep it as don't split and click on import. So once you click on import, it will start the import process, and once this progress is complete, you will get a success message that import has been successful. So you can see that it is successful now, and I can click. So here you can see that sample doc 0, because I think sample doc was already imported. I imported it once prior to recording this video. So sample doc was already existing, and that's why it has been renamed to sample doc 0, because there was an existing doc and we selected that do not overwrite, rename the new document, right? And you can see the whole document is now part of this sample doc 0, and everything along with the headings are part of this particular, right? So here if we see under the pages, you can see that this knowledge base, if you go to the knowledge base, go to pages, and you can see that this is the latest document that we have uploaded, sample doc 0, right? And this sample doc 0 having all the information that was there, this particular document, along with the icon, images and headings. Now this is not very well formatted. The spacing between the paragraph is not there. So you can quickly edit this page, right? After importing, you can go ahead and change the title if you want to. You can change, or you can add the spaces. If you want to align the images to center or right, you can simply select the image and use the alignment or all the options that you are, and very quickly you can format your page and make it more presentable, right? So once it is all done, then you can simply click on this publish. Let's move this a little bit. Click on the publish, and the changes will be. So now you can see that well formatted, and you can see the image is center aligned. There are spaces between the paragraphs. So that's how import any Word document into Confluence, right? Now the next important thing is we have previously imported this document at the space level, right? So we went to the space and then we added or imported the document from the advanced details at the. Now there are options where, say for example, this is one of the page, right? Heading ABC 0. I want to import or replace the content here. Yeah, say for example, heading XYZ, and I want to replace this content with the content that is there in the Word document. So I'll open this page, click on this ellipsis here, go to advanced details and click on import Word document and select the file. So I'll select the file to import, select the doc file, open. It will start the upload process, and once this import is enabled, click on import, and here you can see that you have this root page title. Okay, so if you want to, say for example here you want to import with a particular title, then you can change the title and you can choose the first option, import as a new page. Or say for example, I want to replace this heading XYZ with the content that is there in the Word file. So I'll select replace heading XYZ, and then if I want to delete any existing children that are there, I can check this checkbox. So it will delete all the childrens that are below this particular page. And in the title conflicts, I'll just keep it as default, rename imported pages if they exist, and I won't split this by the headings, because if I'll split, it will create separate pages depending on the number of headings in that particular page. So I will select don't split and I will click on. So you'll see the content of heading XYZ 0 will be replaced by the new content that is there in the Word document. So let the import finish, and once the import has finished, this link here after the success message and below this page, now you will see that it has imported the new content with all the data that is there in the new file, right? So heading XYZ, previously it didn't have this much content. Now the whole content of this particular page is the page that is there in this particular. Okay, so this is how you can replace the content of the existing pages within Confluence with the pages with the content that is there in the Word document, or you can create new pages in the hierarchy, or you can create a completely new page at the space level. So there are numerous possibilities. So go ahead and explore the import options yourself with different options, with different combinations, and see that it fulfills the needs that you are looking for while importing, and then go ahead and import the documents in your actual production. So that's a piece of advice. Go ahead and practice and see how the import will look like, and then maybe you can create a dummy project and you can practice, or you can see how the import will happen, and then in the actual production data or the project, go ahead and import the actual documents. Have those documents available in Confluence for easy collaboration. Let's get started. Now, before we move ahead, the first thing is to export a particular page. Right. So for example, you have created a page which has certain details. So what we'll do is we'll go to the space, and in the space we'll go to Academy, RCV Academy knowledge base, where I have created a page, and this page is the impact assessment for the customer. So if we go to the customer impacting change process, right? So impact assessment. Now this particular page, say for example, we have provided all the details here, and we do not want to share this particular link. We want to export it as a Word document or PDF document and share that with the wider audience. So it is very, very simple to export it. So simply go to the more actions in the right hand side and go to the export, and you will get exporting options as export to Word or export to PDF. Okay, so if I click on export to Word, it will simply download the file in the relevant location, right? So I can go to the folder directly here, and you can see that it has downloaded the file, customer impact assessment file there. Okay, now say for example, I want to export it as the PDF. I'll do the same thing, export as PDF, and the PDF will be created and you can download the PDF. Now I will click on download PDF, and the PDF has been exported, right? So you can see these two files have been exported. So if I open the Word document here, you can see that the whole template with all the information properly formatted has been exported to the Word document, which I can share with the wider audience of my project team or the stakeholders. If you go to the PDF file, that is also very well formatted, that you can directly go ahead and share, right? So that's how you will export the pages from the Confluence. Now the second part of this tutorial is exporting the complete space. So whatever content is there in the space, how you can export that whole content as a PDF. So many times you would notice that you go to the home page, and say for example, I go to the space, I select a space, and I follow the same steps. So I go to the ellipses here and I say export, and export to Word and PDF, right? I am getting the options, and you might think that this will export the overall space content, but that's not how it will do. If I'll say I'll click on export to PDF, it will still just export that particular page. So if I open this PDF now, right, you will see that it is just RCV Academy knowledge base with no information there. Okay, so in order to export the whole space, what we need to do is we need to go to the space and then go to the space settings. Say for example, I want to export everything that is there in the RCV Academy knowledge base. I'll go to that particular space and go to space settings, and in the space settings you have this content tool. So click on content tools. Under the content tool you have this export tab here. So click on export. Under export you have different export formats. So you have HTML, you have XML, and you have PDF. So now say for example you want to export it as a PDF, you select the PDF and go ahead and export it. Before I export the PDF and explain you about the details, I would like to mention that if you say for example you want to export the whole content as the HTML files, and then you may want to host it as a static website. So you simply select HTML, it will export the files in the HTML format, and you can host it as a HTML website, static website. If you want to import, so for example, I want to export this whole space and then import it further in Confluence, right? Or re-import in Confluence, then I will export as an XML, and then you can use that exported file to import it later within Confluence. Then in the PDF, every content that is there within this particular space, all the pages will be exported in the PDF format. So I'll select the export as PDF, click on next, And let's see how this PDF will look like. So you can select here in the PDF option, you have the normal export, the custom export, right? So if you select normal export, it will, generate a PDF for each page. It will exclude blocks, comments, and attachments. You can customize it. So you can click on custom, and then you can choose which pages you want to export or you want to skip. So for example, I do not want to import this particular page. I can skip that. Okay. In the custom, I have that option to select and deselect. Then if you want to include the page numbers, select this particular checkbox, include page numbers, and this will add the page number at the bottom of every page. So if I click on export now, it will create the PDF and it will give me a link to download that in few seconds. So you have to bear, it depends how big your space is. It might take a while if you have a lot of pages in the space. So it has done, for me it's done, it is like 28 seconds. And now I can go ahead and download this PDF. So let's see what the PDF looks like for the whole space. So if I go ahead and open this PDF, you will see that I have this PDF generated with the table of contents there. And if I scroll down, I can go to any of the sections there. So if I scroll, you can see that this whole space with all the contents that are there along with the pages are available in this particular PDF file, right? So this is basically how you will export the whole content of a space into a PDF file. You go ahead, you export as a XML if you want to re-import that particular space. You export as an HTML if you want to host those as a static website or share. Basically HTML export will help if you want to have a static website for the content. But if you are using Confluence anyways, you won't need it, but there is an option to host that content to the external users if you want to, right? You can design everything within Confluence, export as an HTML, and then host it as a static website. So these are some of the export options. Now, one more thing I want to cover is about this title. So you'll see that this title is there, and then header is there for the pages, and then every page has the footer as well. Okay, so let's see how these header and footer are being configured. So if you go to the home page again, so to that same space, what we'll see is, say for example, we are here on this page. So whenever you are exporting the PDF or the whole space as a PDF, you can set up the title, header and footer for each page for the PDF that is being exported. So that header and footer will be included in that particular PDF for the space. So here, in order to set up that, we just need to go to the space settings, and in the space settings you will go to the look and feel. And in the look and feel, that's where I have gone to the PDF layout and set up that title, header and footer. So by default, this will be blank. So basically you can edit it, right? So by default, it is not there. So I have edited it and entered the title. So if I say, for example, I remove this header, footer and title and save, then it won't have that title, header and footer in the exported. Okay. The other important thing is that here you will see that this is basically the look and feel at the space level. Okay, so this is, so I have set it up at the global level and the space level. So I'll disable at the both levels. So this is, so save it, and I'll show you how you can configure the header, footer at the space level and the global level. So if a space has the header, footer, so let me go to the global settings. In the global settings, let me remove the layout, header and footer. Okay, so that's the problem there. The title was coming from the global settings. So I'll save it now here. Okay, so now you can see that if I go to the space, right? So by default, these header, footer and title for the PDF export will be disabled. You can set it up at the global level. So if you set it at the global level, all the spaces within your Confluence instance will have that title, header and footer when you export the space into the PDF format. If your space has specific title, header and footer for the PDF, so say for example your space settings, if in the space settings you have under look and feel, you have the title, header and footer specified. So here, say for example, you have already specified the title, header and footer at the space level. The space, title, header and footer will be given precedence over the global title, header and footer. Okay, if the space doesn't have the title, header and footer. So for example, in this case, I won't specify any title, header and footer at this space level. I'll go to the global level. So go to the cogwheel and go to the look and feel. In the PDF layout, I will edit and I will specify the global PDF layout. And here, let me say RCV Academy global title, and then global header and global footer. So once I save it, now because this global title, header and footer has been set up at the global level, if I go to the space now, any of the space basically, I will have that global title, PDF title. If I go to the space settings, look and feel, and then in the PDF layout, I'll be having that global title, header and footer available for this particular space. You can see that it is coming from the global settings. It doesn't matter which space you go now, it will be available to all the spaces unless you override that for that particular space. So I'm in the documentation demo space. I will go to the space settings, and in the space settings, let me show you that it is available there as well. So in the look and feel, you will go and see the PDF layout. In the PDF layout, it should pull the global title, header and footer. You can see that, right? Now, say for example, in this space settings, I want to export this whole space. So I'll go to the content tools. I'll show you that this title and header and footer appears in the PDF that you will export. So I'll export, go to export under the content tools and export the PDF for the whole space. So I'll select the PDF, click on next, then the page numbers and then export. So let it convert. It will take a few seconds. So now it has exported the whole space. Let me download the PDF and show you how it looks like. So if I open that PDF now, you will see that it has exported the PDF and it has the title, global title, and then the page has the header and the footer, right? And now there are the style sheet options as well. I can style the PDF that is being exported. So I can customize the style sheet with the CSS. If you know CSS, you can go ahead and update the CSS, and the style of the PDF that is being exported, you can highly customize it and make sure that it looks the way you want it to look in your project. All right. So that's how you will export any page within Confluence. So from the Confluence, how you will export a page to a Word or PDF, or how you can export the whole space within the Confluence, from the Confluence into a PDF, XML or HTML. And we have also understood about the relevance of those export and how to update header and footer for the PDF export at the space level. One thing you also need to remember that these header and footer are only at the space level. So whatever settings that you do is for the export of the PDF of the whole space and not the pages. Okay. So if you are just exporting a single page in the PDF format, these title, header and footer are not going to come there. Okay. Administering users, adding them, removing them, giving them permission to particular application within Confluence or the Atlassian instance that you have, the cloud instance, is very important. So that understanding is important. So in order to add the users, we simply have to have the admin privileges. So if you have the administrator privileges, you simply go to the settings here in the right hand side, the cogwheel, and in the general configuration in the settings section, you will see that you have this site administration, user management below site administration. So either you can go to the site administration here, and if you are using the Confluence Cloud or Jira Cloud, usually you will be having a site, and below the site you will have the org admin. So there will be the organization level. So if you go to the Atlassian administration, I want to show you that there is an organization level, and below the organization level you will have the site, and the site will have the Atlassian products that you will have. So say for example, this is the site that I am using. So rcvacademy1.atlassian.net, and then it has two products, so Confluence and Jira. And when we manage the users, right? So here, from here itself, you can manage the site users, or you can manage the users directly for these specific applications. So it all depends where you want to go ahead. There are multiple options to navigate and manage users. So if we click on this manage users at the site level, So I can click on the manage users, and from here itself it will come directly to this. So in the site it will come to the user management section. Okay, now if I go back, let me go back to the same screen that we were in. So say for example from here in the site administration user management, right? So it redirected me to this particular screen, to the user management. So either I can click on this user management, or I can simply scroll down, and under security you will see users. So this is exactly the same thing. So this exactly will open the same window, the user management or the users management for that particular site. Okay, so once you are on that particular user management page, so this is very important to understand that you are actually adding the users at the site level, at a particular site level. Here you can simply invite the users. So you can simply provide the email addresses of the users and invite the team members to add the users. Okay, so say for example here I provide the email address rcvtutorials@gmail.com. okay, and let me just invite one particular user. If you want to have these users so that they can invite other users, you simply check this box. Okay, I don't want to do that, so I can simply uncheck and click on invite team members, and this will add, you can see user has been invited and it has been sent. And you can see that the user that we have just invited has been added, and I can see the actions here. I can see the status, whatever the activity. Okay, so no activity is there because now this user has to log in into the email account. He will get the link, and then once he activates his login and logs in, you will see that this activity will change here. The status will change here. If I want to see the details, so I can click on these ellipses here, click on show details, and it will show me the details for that particular user. So now this user is added to this particular site, right? And this site has two applications, two products, so Jira Software and the Confluence. Now once you will add that user, it will have access to both of these products. If you do not want this new user to have the access to any of the product, you can switch that access from here. So if I can simply toggle that off for the Jira Software, and this particular user will only have access to Confluence now. Okay, and has site access is by default there. You can also disable the site access for that particular user from the user panel here. In terms of role, the role is the basic role. If you want to change the role for that particular user, then simply select the drop down. You can change it to trusted or site administrator. By default, it will be selected as the basic role. Groups I'll discuss in the next tutorial. So groups are very important to understand. By default, this user will be part of the group Confluence users. Okay, because we were in the Confluence application, right? And from the Confluence, we went into the settings and then to the user administration, right? User management. So once you click on user management from here, it will open the new window, or you can scroll down and go to the security, and from here you can directly go to the users. So the difference is that once you click on user management here at the site level, it will open the admin.atlassian in the new page. In the user section, it will open the admin in the same tab itself. Okay, so that's the difference at the both places. Now going to the user level again here. So I can simply go to this particular newly added user. Okay, and if I want to delete it, I can simply select that particular user, right? So the three ellipses here on the user portal, and I can remove this user. Okay, in order to view the project role, I can view Jira project role or edit Jira properties, and from here I can click on remove and click on remove user confirmation, and the user should be removed now. So if I refresh this page, the user should not be part of the site access anymore, right? So you can see the user has been removed from the site. Okay, so this is a brief introduction of how you can add the user in the Jira instance or the Confluence instance. So basically we started from the Confluence instance, added the user, and then once you add the user, because your site is, so this is our site, right? So this is our Confluence cloud site or the product site, within which we have access to Jira and Confluence. Now when we go to the user management, we add the user will get access to the products, and we can switch off the products. Say for example, I do not want to give access to Jira to a newly added user, I can toggle the button as we have seen previously, right? Adding users is very simple process. You simply have to invite the users, okay? And then you can manage the users by going to the user details, and you can see the actions of the users and the statuses at the status and this particular activity, okay? In order to export the users, you simply click on export users, and it will export all the users, and depending on what you choose the details here, you can download the CSV file for the users. The other important thing is around the user management. Say for example, I go to the user management. Okay, let me go to user management again, and I want to show you that instead of adding manually users one by one, you can provision the users through the external directory. So you simply go to the directory here. So from the Atlassian administration, which is admin.atlassian.com, and this is our site, right? RCV Academy 1. So in the directory, you can provision users. So you can basically go to user provisioning, and here you can sync users from your external directory. And in the organization, in the corporates, basically, if you're a big organization, you will be provisioning users through the external directory, and you won't be adding those users manually. But this tutorial is focusing on the smaller organization and the organizations which have little number of people working for them, maybe 10 to 20 or 50 users. If you do not have the external directory, you can very easily invite the users and add those users and manage those users in the Confluence Cloud the way that I have shown in this particular tutorial. So say for example, you have a group of developers within your team and within your organization, and developers perform very specific tasks, right? So in order to restrict a particular group of people who are having the role of a developer, so you can either have a role and group, and there is very minute difference, basically not minute difference, there is a different purpose of having role and groups. But to simplify it, groups are created to add the members or the team members in that particular group, so that you can add a particular access or provide a particular permission to that whole group, and you do not have to provide one by one permission to each of the developer within your organization. And that's the whole purpose of having groups. You cannot restrict, or it becomes really tedious if you have thousands of people working in your team and organization, and there are hundreds of developers, and you only need to provide access to certain tools to developers and nobody else. Then you create a group and you assign permissions to the groups. And if somebody joins, new joins as a developer, you add that person to that particular group, and that person will have access to those tools by default. So that's the whole point of creating groups in Confluence and managing or making sure your permission management and the access management is easier. So in order to add the groups, you simply have to be the admin. So if you are the administrator, go to the cogwheel in the settings right hand side, and once you open the settings here, you will go to the user management. So either you can click on the user management here. So once you click on user management, it will open this admin.atlassian.com, which is the site admin for that particular site, right? And it will open the user management section. Or from here, you can scroll down and you will see that under security, you have the users. So we have covered users already. And in order to add the groups, you can click on the groups. So if you click on groups, it will again redirect you to the same admin.atlassian page. Okay. So now from here, you can simply add the group. You can simply click on this create group button to create the group. Now by default, because I have Jira and Confluence in this particular site, RCV Academy 1, you will see that there are some default groups already created. For example, administrators. So administrators will have access to product and product administration. Okay. Then Confluence users will have access to product. So any user that you will add as part of the Confluence will by default be added in the Confluence users group, and then that user will have access to that particular product, okay, which is basically the default access group for Confluence, and this is the default access group for the Jira software. Then Jira administrators, which is basically granting access to administer features of the Jira, and site admins are the administrators who administer the site, right? as I have shown you, if I go to this Atlassian administration, we have the org level admin, so organization, and then below organization we have site, and below site we have all the Atlassian products that you will be signing up for in the Atlassian cloud. Okay, so let me go back and add one particular group. So I'll create a group, click on create group, I'll provide the name as developers, and I will provide the description. So this is developers group, so you can provide a proper description for the group. So I'll simply say this is developers group, and then if you check this checkbox, it will ask you to add the members in the next step. If you don't, it will simply add the group. So let me check this and show you how you can go ahead and add these members. Okay, so I'll click on create group, and the group developers will be created. Now it will move to the next step where I can click on add members. At the moment you can see there are no group members here. I can add the members button here, and because there is just one user in this particular instance, I can select that user and click on add, and that member will be part of this developers group. To remove this particular user, simply click on remove link here. To delete the group, click on this delete group button here. Okay, and you can click on edit description to edit the description, and then change the description and save it again. Okay, now the next important thing is about the group access. So this group currently has no product access, if you see. So because you have added this group, it doesn't mean that it will have by default access to the product. So we have two products here, right? So we can click on edit group access, and you can see that what product access this group has. Okay, so at the moment, Jira software, how many groups have access to the Jira software? Administrators, Jira software users, and site admins. And then in the Confluence users, site admins, and administrators have access to these products, but the group developers doesn't have access to any of the products. So if you want to give access to Confluence or Jira, then I'll simply click on, say for example, add group. So in the Confluence, and I'll select that particular group that I have added and click on add groups. And now any member who is part of the developers, refresh it so that you can see. So now after refreshing, you can see that under the Confluence, developers group has been added, and any member who is part of the developers group is having access to Confluence. Okay, so that's how you will create the group and add the members to the group in Confluence Cloud or in the cloud instance of Atlassian, and then give access to different products. Now if this member is part of the developers group, and then this member is also part of Jira software users group, right? So then this person will be having access to Confluence as well as he'll be having access to Jira software. So you have to make sure whenever you are adding the users and adding them to the groups, you have to ensure that they are added into the right set of group, which has only the specific permission that you want to provide to those particular users. All right, so that's all about how you can add groups in the cloud instance of Jira and Confluence Cloud, and then provide them access to the products within the cloud instance of Confluence. So before we get into the details of template into Confluence, I would like to mention the template in general. So say for example, you are part of the organization, and as part of the organization, when you are hiring a candidate or onboarding a candidate, you have certain forms to be filled in, right? So there is an interview feedback form, there is a employee onboarding form, and these forms are the blank forms in general. And these blank forms are the template. So this template is basically utilized to capture the employee specific information whenever employee is onboarding or the interview feedback. So when we say template, these templates are standard templates that can be utilized to capture feedback or employee onboarding. So you can think of template as a predefined document. Now, when we talk about the Confluence, template is nothing different but the same thing. So when you log into your Confluence instance, so this is the Confluence Cloud, you will see this templates section here or template button here. So if you click on templates, it will give you the list of all the templates that are available. So these are the templates, and if you see that 90-day plan or the blog post or annual plan one pager, so if I click on this one, you will see the details of this particular template. So it has certain details within it, and then company OKRs and whatever the common information is required to be captured whenever somebody is using or creating an annual plan one pager, then they can use this template, and it will have some predefined information sections, and then you can fill the information specific to the annual plan and then utilize it for that specific purpose. So there are almost 90 templates that you can see in this particular cloud instance, and there are different categories. So there are some templates that I have created, custom templates that I have created, but by default in Confluence there are a lot of built-in templates that are being provided. So there are marketing and sales, human resource template. So in the human resource template you have the interview feedback, job description, employee handbook. So all these, if I go to the interview feedback, you will see that I have these details already provided, and when somebody is going to interview or some interviewer is going to interview a candidate, they can use this template and fill the feedback for that particular user. So these are some of the built-in templates. Now in Confluence there are two types of templates. So there is a global template. So if you go to the if you are the site admin, so you can create a global template. What global template means is that when you create a global template, that template can be utilized by all the spaces that are there in the Confluence instance. And to create a custom global template, you need to be a site admin. And then there are space templates, right? Or the page templates, so which are specific to the spaces. So if I go to the settings here, and in the settings you can see this global templates and blueprints. So if you go to the global templates and blueprints, you will get the list of all the global templates and blueprints. And in order to add the global template, you can simply click on add global page template, and you can add the page template here. I have added one here. I'll show you how you can add global page template and space template in the next tutorial. But for now, as part of this tutorial, just understand that in Confluence you have the global template. That global template, when you'll create, it will be applicable to all the spaces. So all the spaces will have access to that global template and can use it. And then you have these blueprints. So I'll discuss about blueprints as well, which are nothing but a template. There is a very minor difference between templates and blueprints, which I'll cover in the next tutorial. Then it comes to the space. So when you go to a specific space, say for example this RCV Academy knowledge base, here if you want to create a template which is specific to this particular space, right, then you can create the template for this particular space itself rather than creating it at the global level. So say for example I am managing a space and I am not managing the complete site. So for this particular space, if I am the space admin, then I can go ahead and go to the space settings and I can create the space level template. So to create a space level template, I'll go to the content tools. In the space settings, go to the content tools, and in the content tools you will find that it comes to the templates tab here. Okay, and to create a new template that is at the space level, so because I am at the space, this RCV Academy knowledge base space, and in the content tools, if I'll click on create new template here, this template will be specific to this particular space and will not be a global template. Okay, so that's all about what exactly is a template, first thing. Then what are the type of templates within Confluence? So there is a global template. So to create a template, you need to be site admin or the space admin. If you need to create a global template, then you need to be a site admin. If you need to create a specific space template, then for that space you need to be a space admin to create a space template, all right, or the page template. So that's all about the templates within Confluence and the types of templates. Now, before we proceed further, first thing is to understand what exactly are the similarities between blueprints and templates. And to understand that, let me go to the settings, and in the settings I will go to the global templates and blueprints. So on this particular page, we have these global templates, which we have already understood in the last tutorial, that global templates are the templates that you create that will be available to all the spaces in your Confluence instance. Now, blueprints are nothing but the template. So let's go to this particular link, what are blueprints, and we'll get all our answers about the templates and blueprints. First thing to understand is that there is no difference if you are just the end user and using blueprints or templates. Both serve the same purpose and both are the template. So if you go to this particular link, and in this particular section, templates and blueprints, if you are using Confluence, you get to this term blueprint and template. Practically, template and blueprints are identical when you are using them, but in terms of operation, they are different in code, and those differences are taken up in certain places. Now, what happens, how internally templates and blueprints work, that is different. And if you are not a developer and you are just a end user of these templates and blueprints, both serve the same purpose. Blueprints come out of the box. So there are almost more than 70 templates that are available, and they are available as the form of blueprints. Okay, because they have been developed with certain standard. And if you want to get into the more details, what are the differences? So if you are a developer and you want to explore the differences, then you can go to the developer documentation and you will understand the differences between the blueprint or the standards that you need to follow to develop blueprint and publish those into the Atlassian marketplace. So these Confluence Cloud comes with more than 70 templates that can be used, and you need to follow certain standards to create blueprints, which will in turn be available in the Atlassian marketplace and can be installed, and they are nothing for the end user. Templates and blueprints are the templates. Okay, so in terms of end user and how to use it, it is exactly same. If you Google around and go to the community, Atlassian community, you will find a lot of differences that you can go ahead and read out. But I won't recommend you going into those details, because as an end user, you do not need to know the details of those differences. Okay, unless and until you are a developer. Now, if you see this global templates and blueprints section, you will find these are all the blueprints that are available, right? So virtual event design systems, sales portal. So all these blueprints can be utilized to create our pages, right? So let's go to the templates here. Okay, so these templates at the templates section here, these are nothing but the blueprints. Okay, so here you will see that the docs and reports, human resources, marketing and sales. If you see, all these will be part of the blueprint section. If you go to the settings again and to the templates, global templates and blueprints, let's try to find out these blueprints. So let's say marketing. So you can say marketing campaign blueprint, and it has marketing campaigns, right? Or interview. Let's say interview. So you can see interview and then interview feedback, right? So all these blueprints are there. And then we have, space blueprints, system templates. So there are these blueprints are nothing but they'll be serving as the form of template. So if we just go and check this employee handbook here in the template, you will see that it is available as part of our template, right? So if I just go ahead and search that employee handbook, you will see that employee handbook is available, and for us to use it, I will simply go ahead and use it as any other template that is there. So it doesn't matter whether it's a blueprint or the custom template that I'll create in the upcoming tutorial. For us as an end user, it will be exactly same in order to use it. The differences will be in some of the dynamic things. So for example, if you are using the blueprint, there will be dynamic dates that can be populated because there is a coding involved in blueprints. So if you are developing the blueprint, you can have more functionality. But if you are defining the template as part of the space or the site admin, then you might be having less functionality as compared to the blueprints. But in terms of end user, they serve the same purpose, and they are the templates that you can use to create your documentation for specific purposes. In order to get started, the first thing is basically I have just Googled interview feedback form, and this is the form that we'll try to replicate. So we'll just try to see two sections here and try to map this into our Confluence template, global template, and see how our templates look like, and then how we can use it in our spaces to create the pages. Okay, so in order to create the global template, you need to be site admin. And once you are site admin for the Confluence, you can go to the configuration. So settings cogwheel, click on settings cogwheel, and then simply go to the global templates and blueprints. Okay, so click on that link here, and once you are on the global templates and blueprints, you will see the button here to add global page template. And in order to add global page template, you simply click on the global page template and it will open a page. So it won't be different from the normal page that you create in Confluence. So all the editing options and things that you see in the normal pages, most of it will be visible for the template creation as well, because template is nothing but you are sort of creating a blank form with relevant information or the common information that needs to be there for each and every file that gets created by using that particular template. So we'll create a page title. So we'll simply say interview feedback form. Okay, and then we'll say hyphen. So whenever some interviewer is using this particular template, they can, fill the name. So in the title, they can fill the name after this interview feedback form for the candidate. Okay, so now on this particular template, you can see that we are on the templates now. And in this page now we'll fill the information based on this particular form. So let's go and see. This is the interview feedback form. We need to have date, candidate name, and evaluator, right? So let's put that into a tabular format. So we'll add a table. So what we'll do is we'll simply click on this table and then we will change it. So we'll move this column as the date, interviewer name, and the evaluator, right? The candidate name and the evaluator. Okay, so in order to do that, simply go to the table options and we'll say header column. Okay, and then uncheck header row. So now, and we simply need 2 rows there. So we'll remove or we'll delete this particular, we need 2 columns, sorry. So we'll delete one of the column there. So now here we'll put the date. So when some interviewer is interviewing a candidate, they have to provide the date, and then they have to provide the candidate name and their name. Okay, so I'll say candidate name and who is the evaluator. Okay, so now we are done with the first part, and the second thing is candidate is a good fit for this position, right? So let's put a heading there. Okay, so now we need a heading. So we'll simply select the heading here and we'll say is, all right, so just that question there, and then we have to select whether the candidate is good fit for this position. Then we have to provide these options there. So what we can use here is we can use the variable. So we simply start with the / and say variable, and we'll specify the variable. Okay, and we'll then select the variable and edit it, and we'll provide is candidate a good fit, and then we want to have a list of options there. Okay, so what are the options? The options are agree. Let's put 3 or 4 options. So somewhat agree, neutral, and disagree. Okay, so we'll say agree. Okay, so there are 4 options now. Okay, we'll save it. The second question is please rate the candidate skills. So for each skill, what we'll do is we'll add a variable. So we'll specify the skill. Okay, let's add a couple of skills there. So the second heading is about the candidate skills. So we'll say rate candidate skills. Okay, and here we'll say communication, technical skills, and then we have the 5 options there. So 1 is low and 5 is high. So we'll specify this here as well. So 1 is low and 5 is high. Okay, and we'll just add, say for example, we'll just say here we'll have the numbered list. Okay, and then we'll say technical skills, and below technical skills, let me just put after that, we'll add a variable. Okay, so we'll say variable, and in the variable we'll edit it and we'll say tech skills. We'll specify the variable name as tech skills. We'll provide the list, and we have to ask the interviewer to choose from the rating 1 to 5. Okay, so we'll put the 5 values there. Then we'll come to the next and we'll say communication skills, and then we'll add a variable again, and we'll say new variable. We'll edit this variable and we'll say, we'll name the variable, so communication, and again list, and we'll specify the option because there are 5 options, so we'll specify 1 to 5 there. Okay, so similarly you can just keep adding the details there. So depending, like there are 5 different skills that need to be captured, we can keep adding those 5, and then there are the comment section, right? So we can have the freestyle comment there. Okay, so at the number 3 I can simply specify, so heading 3 here, heading 1, and we'll say number 3, we'll say comments. Okay, so this is how you will basically go ahead and replicate whatever feedback form you have or whatever form you have in the organization that you want to convert into Confluence. Go ahead and do something like that. Okay, now we'll save it. So now this template will get saved, and this is the global template. As you can see, we are in the global template and blueprint section, and this has been saved here. The name is interview feedback form. We haven't provided any description, right? So what we'll do is we'll provide the template description. Okay, so we'll say use this template for candidate interviews. Okay, so that it's visible to the people, the description, and they can use this. Okay, so you can specify the description so that whosoever sees this template, they are aware that this is the latest one we need to use. Okay, so that's how you will add the global template, right? Now once this global template is added, as I have already explained, that global template will be visible to all the spaces, right? So here whatever spaces we have, say for example now we go to our CV Academy knowledge base and we want to search for this template. Okay, so we'll go to templates and let's search for the template. Okay, so we'll say interview and see that here you can see interview feedback form is appearing. Okay, and this is custom, so we'll use it. This is the one that we created just now, so we'll use it and we'll see how this particular appears. So you can see that it shows that this template uses variables, and we can, once we fill them, the information whatever will supply as part of the variable will become part of the page. So say for example today I'm doing an interview of John, the candidate name John. So I will basically specify how that particular person did in today's interview. So we'll say, is this candidate good for a position? So I'll simply select from this, yeah, he is perfectly fine. And then in the technical skills, I'll rate this technical skills were really good, 5 is high, and then communication skills were okay, 4, and then I will simply go ahead and click on create. Okay, so now once I use this template and create a document, okay, so now this particular page got created. Okay, so now on this page what I can do is I can specify the date, I can specify the candidate name and the evaluator. Okay, now these information I have to come and provide in the page. Whatever variables that you have defined, that you can choose when you are trying to create the document, because as part of the variable you know that these are the possible options, so we have provided those as part of the variable. But this information is dynamic and can change depending on the candidate or the evaluator, so you keep it as a simple text. And the page title will simply specify the candidate feedback form. So we'll say candidate feedback form, or we'll say simply candidate feedback and provide the name of the candidate, right? And then date, candidate name, okay, and the evaluator, whosoever is taking the interview, right? Then rest information has been filled up. In the comments I can simply come and provide my comments. So we'll say this is sample comment. Okay, and once this form has been filled, we can simply publish it, and this feedback will be visible to the audience that need to know about this particular feedback. And it is as simple as creating a template and then basically using that template and using the form to capture the candidate feedback or the interview feedback, right? So this is much simple and very efficient. It won't take long to capture the feedback, and rather than sending emails here and there, this is how you can make your process more efficient by using the global templates in Confluence. So that's all about how you can create a global template in Confluence. And once you create a global template in Confluence, it will be visible to all the spaces, right? So say for example, I'll go to other space as well. So we have seen it in the RCVA Academy knowledge base. Say for example, I go to documentation demo space, and in the demo space, I can say for example, I want to create a new page. Okay, so let's say I'll create a new page. So I'll click on create, and here you see that it is documentation demo space is selected, and I can select based on the template. Okay, so I can go to this custom. Here you can see 2 custom ones are there. So I can select interview feedback form and use that to create it here as well. Okay, so once you create a global template, it will be available to all the spaces. It doesn't matter which space you will select, your custom template that you see here, it is a global one, will be available at all the spaces, right? So this is available at third ones, and this is available also at RCV demo, right? So that's what a global template is. It will be available to all the spaces, and how you can create global template and how it will be useful for your general data capture or form capture within Confluence. So in order to create a page template, you simply have to go to the space in which you want to create the page template. Now, what is the difference between the page template and the global template that we have understood in the last tutorial? The global template is available to all the spaces within your Confluence instance, but page template is specific to the space in which you create that particular template. Now, say for example, there is a space in which you want to create very specific template which is just relevant to that particular space. You can go ahead and create a space template within that space. But if there is a template which is common across all the spaces within your Confluence instance, it's better to go for a global template. Okay, so to create a space template, simply go to the spaces and go to the space where you want to create the space template or the page template. So I'll say, for example, I want to create a template in RCV Academy knowledge base space. I'll click on that and then go to the space settings. And you need to be space admin to create the space template. All right. So once you are the space admin, you can go to the space settings, go to content tools, and in the content tools, you will find the button here to create a new template, right? So you have these blueprint templates, which are the built-in templates or the available out-of-the-box templates. But to create a custom template, you can simply click on this create new template. All right, so it will open the layout, which will be very similar to the page layout as you see the page layout in the Confluence, but this will be at the template, right? So as you can see here in this particular space, this is the template. Now you simply provide the page title for the template, and what I'll do is I'll simply refer to this particular employee onboarding form here, and let's try to replicate some of the fields of this particular employee onboarding form. Now say for example, employee onboarding form, there is a space of IT support or IT admins who basically provide the desktop or the software and hardware configurations to the new employees. So for that particular space, they want to capture all the new employee information through this particular template, right? So what you can do is for that particular space, you can go and you can say, I just provide new employee. So I'll provide the name as new employee information. Whenever some new employee joins, they should provide the information here using this particular template, so that the IT department, whosoever is managing the software and hardware requirement, they can, whenever somebody submits, they can basically look into the form and provide those details, right? So if this is the process within your organization, you can use this template for that particular space. Now in order to create that form here, so it has the name, it has the position and the phone number, right? So let me replicate some of the fields here. So say for example here, I will just mention a heading first. So please provide the following information. All right, so just dummy, I'll center it here, and then say for example I want to capture the information, so first name, last name, etc. So I'll create a table. In that particular case, let me just remove one of the column and then align a table a little bit like this, and what I'll do is I'll make the header as column instead of the row and uncheck this header row. Okay, so here I will mention name to ask the employee to enter the name, and I'll make this name as heading 2 or heading 3, whatever. Okay, and then I'll ask for the department, right? So employee should provide the department as well. And then here you have this placeholder thing as well, right? So if you just say placeholder text, what this will display is this will display a text whenever somebody is filling the information, whenever somebody is editing this particular form. So say for example, I want to display here as a placeholder text, I want to display please enter your full name, so that person who is filling this particular form, they enter their full name. All right, then here if I want to have the placeholder text, I'll say please enter your department, right, and hit enter, and this text will be displayed as a placeholder text when somebody is editing this particular form. When somebody is edited and submitted the form, then it won't be displayed, right? What is the next thing? Phone number. Let's say put phone number here, and I will change this department to H2 as well, not H2, sorry, S3, and then phone number. Now in the phone number, I want to specify that person always specifies or mentions the mobile number, so I'll just mention the placeholder text there so that person knows which phone number they have to provide, right? So I'll say in the placeholder text, I'll mention please provide your mobile number and hit enter. Okay, so now person will see that what he has to basically provide in the name, in the department, and the phone number, right? In the phone number, they don't have to provide the landline number. They'll see that this is the message, they'll provide the mobile number. Okay, so this bit is done. Now say for example, the next thing, I'll skip all of this. Next thing, they want to specify about the equipment preferences, laptop, mouse preference, etc. So let's put that as well. Okay, now say for example, here I want to say equipment required, right? And in the equipment required, let me change it to heading 2, and I will use the variable in this case. All right, so variables help you to select the values, right? So if I use the variable, I can specify the pre-existing value. So for example, in the equipment, if you see here, there is Mac and Windows. So there are two options. So I can say OS required, right, or operating system required, and I'll say Mac, Windows. So whichever is required by that particular person or the new employee, they can select that from this particular list, right? So this list will be displayed, and we'll see that when it's finished. And then similarly, mouse and keyboard preference. So we can say mouse preference, and let me change it to H2 as well, and we'll have the list here as well. So I'll say variable, and in the variable I'll say wired or wireless. Okay, so I'll say mouse preference, and then in the list I'll mention wired or wireless. Okay, so something like that. So here I'll change it to what is your preferred equipment. All right, and then here I'll make it a statement here. So what is your preferred mouse? All right, now similarly you will keep going ahead and update this particular template. Once this template is complete, what you simply have to do is you simply have to click on save, right? So once this particular template is saved, you will see that user created template has this particular template available here, and there are certain options. So I can provide the description. So I'll say use this template for new employee requests. All right, and save it so that any person who is looking at this particular template can see what exactly this template is all about. Once you save it, this description is available. The next thing is if you promote this particular template, this promote option is important to understand. So promoted templates display at the top of the create dialog, and if you don't promote, then they'll be available but they'll be collapsed, right? So if I'll promote, they'll be created at the top of the create a dialog. So I won't promote it, but if you want to list them or these templates at the top, simply click on promote and promote these templates. All right. Now, once this template has been created, now say for example, I want to create a page. So I'll go to the page, right? Or in the pages, right? And I'll click on create. Once you click on create, then you will see the space, because we were in the RCV Academy knowledge base space already. The space will be selected here, and here you will see that we have this custom, right? So if I click on custom, you will see that new employee information template is available here. Okay. And if I switch to any other space, say for example, documentation demo space, in the custom, that new employee information is not available, right? So that is why this is space template. It is specific to a particular space where you have created this particular template. So it is available in the RCV Academy knowledge base. So let's pick this one, new employee information, and click on this, right? So as soon as I'll click on this new employee information, you will see that it is displaying that this template uses variables, and these are the variables that are there that have been used. And these variables, once we fill these, right? So because of the variable, the person whosoever is filling it can see what all options are there, so that they do not provide the options which company doesn't provide, right? So company provides only Windows and Mac, so you can restrict that here in the template itself. Later they can edit in page, that's a different story, but this is good practice that they know that these are the only two options. So if they are editing in future on the page, that's irrelevant information. So if say for example person requires Windows and the mouse preference is wireless, they'll select that and simply click on create. And once they'll click on create, you will see the placeholder text is appearing here, right? So they haven't submitted this form yet or saved this form yet, this page yet. So they'll see the placeholder text, and that's where placeholder text plays a very, very important role. So now they'll read this text and they'll see that yes, we have to enter the full name here. So say for example, they'll enter their name. I'll enter my name here, and then you'll see placeholder text is no more there. And then department they'll enter, and then the number. So whatever number you want to enter, so they'll enter that particular number there, and they will simply provide, say for example, page title. I'll just provide the name or the employee ID, whatever naming structure or the formatting has been finalized, they will simply provide that. Say for example, EMP ID, whatever ID. So your name or employee ID followed by the name, that should be the name of your, or the title of your page. Simply provide that. So say for example, some dummy employee ID, and then just publish, and then this particular page will be saved, right? So say for example, there is a folder or there is a page wherein you create all these employee pages, and once these pages are submitted, the IT department will see that this is the new person who has been onboarded. These are the details here. These are their preferences in terms of hardware and software, and they can work out on this particular request. So this will be really easy to manage within Confluence, right? So usually there are many other tools wherein companies manage these sort of requests, but within Confluence, I'm just trying to explain how you can use the templates and try to build up these sort of capabilities within Confluence as well, and then all about the page templates or how to create the templates within Confluence. So that's all pretty much about the page templates in Confluence and how to create the templates in Confluence Cloud. Why do you want to integrate Jira with Confluence, and what benefits can integrating Jira and Confluence together bring in to your projects and to your organization? So if you see on the slide here, so Jira usually is a tool for agile project management where you will have your projects and projects will have issues, right? So if you are using Jira for the software development, you will have the software, Jira software. If you're using it for any other department like HR, etc., they'll still have projects and issues within the project. Now, Confluence is a content management or the collaboration tool wherein the teams store the documentation for the generic overall for the organization, or they can store the documentation for specific projects. So when we have the projects in Jira and the project documentation in Confluence, it makes a lot more sense to integrate both and get the value or the best value out of both tools. If you are having a documentation in a separate tool and there is no linkage available between the Jira project and the other tool which contains the documentation, it's a big delay in sort of getting to the point where you get those documentation for that particular project. But if there is an integration, if there is a linkage between the Jira projects and the space, associated space with that particular project, then it makes a lot more easier for the people within the project to navigate to the space of the project, right? So if you see here, say for example, I have a project in Jira, project A, that will have a corresponding space in Confluence, and that's how usually the teams work. So you will have a project, and all the project documentation, usually if you're using Confluence, you will store it in a space that is corresponding to that particular project. Project B will have the space corresponding to that particular project, and all the documentation for the project B goes into the space B, and spaces will have these pages, which is basically the documentation. Now when you link these, or when you integrate Jira and Confluence, it becomes a lot more easier for the teams, whether they are in the Confluence or in the Jira. They can easily have a look at the documentation if they are in Jira, or create the issues directly from the Confluence in Jira. So there are a lot many benefits, but this is the first video of this particular topic. So I thought I'll explain why you need to integrate with the Jira and Confluence, and then we'll understand the steps to integrate Jira with Confluence. So if you move to the next slide, you will see that there are a couple of steps that you need to follow, and it will be a bit lengthy tutorial, so I'll divide it into two. So first one will be more of an introduction, and then second I'll do a demo how you can actually go ahead and integrate Jira with Confluence. So the first one is basically to create the project, the first step, then create a Confluence space. So whenever your team is onboarded or the team is working, they'll have their own project in Jira, right? Once the project is created, where will they go and create the documentation? So you'll have the Confluence. If you have the Confluence, they'll go and create a space in the Confluence for that particular project. So that's what the initial step is when a team is onboarded. Third is configuring the linkage between the Confluence space and Jira project, which is very important. Otherwise, you won't be getting the benefits of both the tools together. Okay. So third step we'll do is configuring the linkage between Confluence and Jira project. Then we'll configure the sidebar link in the Confluence so that you can access the Jira project details right away from the Confluence. There is a linkage available, and then same linkage or the sidebar link available configured in the Jira project so that you can access the Confluence space. So I've already covered the previous the steps that you see in the previous tutorial, and we'll be going through these steps one by one and understand how you can integrate Jira Cloud with the Confluence Cloud. So let's get started. So the first step, if we see, is the create a Jira project, and then second one is create a Confluence space. So to start with, whenever there is a new team or a new work that your organization starts with, then there is a team. So team, if has been onboarded, they will need a project where they can create their issues and workflows and basically finish the work from start to finish. And Jira software, if you are doing the software development, will help you to do that. So we'll create a Jira project. Then the same team will need the documentation space. So they'll need the Confluence space if you're using Confluence for the documentation, which most of the cases, I assume that if organization is using Jira, they will be using Confluence as well, because they bring a lot of value. These two tools bring a lot of value together. So we'll create Jira project and the Confluence space. And for these activities, you need to be the administrator, Jira administrator and the Confluence administrator. So let me open the Jira software here. The first thing is to create a project. So quickly, I'll go ahead and click create project and just select a Scrum project. Okay. So say for example, we are doing the software development and using Scrum. So we'll create this project using this template, Scrum template, to make things a little quick. And then you can select the team managed or the company managed, right? So what's the difference basically? So you can set it up and maintain by the team. So say for example, you want to configure the workflow yourself and within your team, and that doesn't impact other configurations within your organization, you can select team managed. So let me select team managed rather than the company managed. You will see a lot of other details there, okay, in the company management. But the focus is to integrate Jira with Confluence. So we'll just quickly create a project and we'll say project A. Just give it a name, project A RCV Academy, and then simply click on create. So step 1 is done. We have created a project in Jira. The step 2 is to create a corresponding, or basically to create a space, not corresponding space for this project. But ideally, when you have the team which has the project, they'll have their space. So they'll go to Confluence. So I'll switch to Confluence from here, and then from Confluence, I'll create a space for this particular team which has created the project. So I'll click on spaces, and then I'll go to view all spaces, and then here you will see the create space. So I'll click on create space, and let's create a new space. So let's say team space is what we are looking for. So I'll select team space and then click on next. I'll provide the key for the space, okay, and I will say project A, and the space key will be automatically taken. I don't want to change it, and then click on create. So the space has been created, the project has been created for the team. Okay, now what's the third step? Let's see. So we have created project Confluence space. Third step is to configure the project link between the Confluence space and Jira project, and this is the key step basically to configure the integration between the Jira and the Confluence space. So we'll go to the Confluence, and you can do it either from the Jira and Confluence. Let's do it from the Confluence because the end result is same. Whether you do it from Jira or Confluence, you will get the integration done, right? So now we are in this project A RCV Academy space. Okay. So if you're not at this particular location, say for example, you are somewhere on the home page. So if you want to integrate the space with the project, what you have to do is you have to first go to that particular space. So go to the spaces, and this is the project that we recently created, right? So project A RCV Academy, and this is the documentation space for project A that is there in Jira. Okay, so we'll go to this particular project and go to space settings. In the space settings, you will see the integrations tab here. Okay, click on it, integrations, and under integrations, you will see that here you have this add link. So if I click on add link, I'll get this system Jira. All right, and then I have to provide the name or key. Okay, so 2 Jira projects are available for this user. Enter the name or key to get the list of possible matches. Right, now you have to get the key of the project or the name. Now we know the name, right? If you simply click, you will see that this is the project A and the key is PRA. Okay, so I'll simply select this is the project that is related to this particular space. I'll select that. Okay, and then simply click on create, and you will see that this particular project or this particular space has been associated with the project A that is there in the Jira. So now this integration is successful. If you want to edit this, click on edit, and you can edit this link here or the integration. You can delete the integration by clicking on this delete link here. Okay, once the space settings are done, or once the integration is done, step 3 is done. The step 4 is to configure a sidebar link from the Confluence space to the Jira project, and then vice versa from the Jira to Confluence, so that you can easily navigate from Jira to this Confluence space and from Confluence to the project A Jira, right? So let me minimize it. Now the next thing is we'll simply go to the overview here. Okay, and just okay, so this is the project A RCV Academy, the overview page. All right, or simply from spaces, just select this project A RCV space. Okay, and then click on this share. So what we want to collect from here or copy from here is this copy link, because when I create this shortcut link in Jira, I want to land on this particular page because this is related space for that particular project, right? So I'll copy this link. Okay, then go to Jira software, and from Jira software we'll go to this particular project, right? So this project A is the related project to that space, and here in this particular project simply click on this add item, right? So click on add item, and what I want to add is I want to add the shortcut, add a link to a frequently used resource, right? So this is the link that I want to add, and this is the link of the space which is associated with this particular project. Okay, and here I will rename this particular space to as, say, which is easily readable and can be understood by the team. So I'll say project A Confluence, or simply rather than putting Confluence, I'll say project A space. So whatever name your project is, right? So project A space, I'll say, and click on add. Once I'll click on add, you will see that this shortcut project A space is available here. Now, if I'm in this particular project, I'm working as part of this team, I have this shortcut available here. I can simply click on this project A space, and this will navigate me to this particular space directly, which is associated with this particular project, right? Now, from this particular space, how can I add the link to the Jira project? So what we have to do is we have to go to the Jira software and click on this roadmap here. So in the roadmap, you will see the share icon here. So click on the share icon and then copy link. So what we are doing here is we want to have this link added in Confluence, and when somebody clicks on the short link that is added, they'll be navigated to this particular page, which is project A in the Jira. So we'll go to Confluence, right? So we'll go switch back to the Confluence, and where we want to add this, we want to add it in the Confluence space, which is related to that particular project. So project A RCV Academy, and here you have these space shortcuts. So click on add shortcut. Okay, I'll put this web address that I have copied from there in this web address field, and then I will name it as project A Jira, okay, or Jira project A. So that name will be visible here, and then click on add shortcut, and this shortcut will be available. Then I'll click on save, and now within this particular space I have this project A shortcut available. So now the linkage is absolutely fine. So we have done the integration between Jira Cloud and Confluence Cloud. The projects are integrated, and then within Confluence I can directly click on this shortcut, which will take me to the Jira project for that particular space, right? And within Jira project here, I have this project A space link available as well. So quickly, if I am a part of the project A team, I can navigate to that related space in Confluence very easily, from the space to the project very easily. So this is one of the benefits, one of the many benefits I would say, of integrating Jira with Confluence. And we'll cover a lot more things like how you can create the issue from Confluence, and then that issue will flow back to Jira automatically. How you can create bulk issues from Confluence in the upcoming tutorial. And these are all the advantages of integrating Jira with Confluence. So the first thing is we are working with the Jira Cloud and the Confluence Cloud. So that's the interface will be different for the server version. So this is the cloud version, and we are working with the cloud version. Now, say for example, in the Jira software, we are working for this particular project, right? So project A RCV Academy, and this project A RCV Academy has a corresponding Confluence space. So we have understood about the integration of the Jira and Confluence in the last tutorial, wherein I have added this particular space link for this corresponding project, right? So project A space, if we go to this particular space, you will see this is corresponding space that we created for this particular project, right? Now, first thing is that corresponding space need to have a page where we can, add the issues. So let's quickly, there is one page already. Let me create a new page. So what I'll do is I'll go to pages, and then I'll click on create, and here I will provide the page title. So I'll say test link issues. All right, so we can easily identify that this is the page that we are going to use. I'll simply use the same description there and then click on publish. I won't add any more details in the page. Now we have this test linked issues page created where we do not have any of the issues linked, right? So from the Confluence, I can go ahead and add the link of the Jira issues, and from the Jira issues, I can go ahead and add the Confluence page link. All right. So let's go to the Jira here. Okay, this project, and then we'll create some of the issues in the backlog. So I'll go in the backlog and let's create some of the issues here. So say for example, I'll create a story here and I'll name it as test story 1. So just for the sake of demonstrating the linking of the issues, and then similarly test story 2, and then let's create another, say for example, task and a bug. So we have created a couple of issues there with different types, 2 of the stories, 1 task and 1 defect in this particular project A. And now say for example, I want to link a Confluence page to any of these issues. We simply have to go to that particular issue. So I'll click on that particular issue either here in the backlog, or if I am directly on that particular issue. So if, say for example, I open this issue on this new tab here, so this will give me the details of the issue here. So I can now link the issue. So if I click on this drop down here, I can click on link Confluence page here, or directly from the backlog, if I click on this, you will see that there is a link issues, web pages and more icon here. So I can, if I click on this, I'll get the same link here as well. So I can click on link Confluence page here, and in the drop down, I can select the page, the Confluence page. So this is the page that we have created. So test link issues is the page that we created, right? So I can simply select that and click on link. All right, and this link will be appearing now in the Confluence page section of this particular issue. Say for example, I want to link the page to the bug as well. So I will open it here. Okay, now let's do it from this view here. So on the bug page, I can simply click on the drop down, click on link Confluence page and select test link and click on link. That's the only thing that we want to do as part of the Confluence page linking from the Jira issue. Okay, very simple but very powerful when you have to refer to any of the documentation that is related to these particular issues. It is highly recommended in projects that you link the Confluence pages in the issues, because if a person is looking for a detailed information for that particular issue, they can directly check this particular Confluence link and can find more information. So these are some of the advantages. Doing these things are very simple in Jira and Confluence, but the relevance of those, the value add that they bring is a lot more. Okay, so this is one part of it wherein you can go to the Jira issues and add the link of the Confluence pages. Now from the Confluence page, say for example, now we are here on the Confluence page, test link issues, right? And if I want to add the issues here on this Confluence page, so from this particular page, what you have to do is you simply have to click on this edit icon here on the page, and from this particular page, once you are in the edit mode, you simply have to add the macro, the Jira macro. So I can start with the /, okay, and then you will see that this particular pop-up appears, which will give you the option to start searching for the macros that are available there. Okay, so I can start typing in Jira and you will see that Jira embed Jira issue macro appears there. Okay, so this is the shortcut. If you want to use this drop down as well, so you can search for the macros from here as well. So this icon, just click on this plus icon here. You can go to view more and it will open the macro section here, and I can start typing in Jira here as well, right? And here I can get the Jira macro available here. I can select it, and once you select it, so either you do from this or you do it from here, it will open the same window here. Now I can search, so you can search for the issues. So I can simply say story and hit enter. Say for example, I just want to look for the stories that I want to link on this particular page. I can search for those stories, and this is the test story 2, say for example, that I want to include. So I can simply uncheck everything and then include or check the test story 2, go to display options and make sure that this is single issue selected, right? I'll include the table as well, but I will explain single issue first. So once this is being done, simply what you have to do is you have to click on insert, and you will see that the story with the status has been included here. The next thing is you simply have to go and click on publish, and you will see the link has been added on this particular page. Okay, the other option is, say for example, I want to add this task. I can simply open this particular task, okay, and copy this link here. All right, so if you, say for example, do not want to search, copy this link directly, come on this page and click on edit, and then simply hit enter and provide or paste the link there. Okay, you will see that the link has already been generated as soon as you will paste the URL there. Now simply click on publish, right? So these two issues have been linked on this particular Confluence page. Okay, now if you go back to this particular, say for example, PRA 6, which is the stories. So let me change it to 6 and enter. Now this particular story will have the Confluence page link automatically updated here. You will see that mentioned on Confluence pages link automatically appeared. All right, we'll go to this task. This is the task that we added with the link, and you will see the task has the test link issues, which says mentioned on this particular Confluence pages, right? So this is the beauty of linking the issues, Jira issues, with the Confluence pages, because if there is relevant information for a particular issue on the Confluence page, you can link it so that a person viewing at the particular issue can directly go to the Confluence page and read out the more information, say for example, technical architecture and stuff like that. So you can directly link those pages here. It creates a lot more ease of use of or finding the actual documentation for the project. All right, now if, say for example, on the Confluence page, I'll go to this Confluence page, there are multiple addition options. So this is single issue link, right? So say for example, I want to add a table of the issues, right? So I can add all the issues in the project. So I can go to the Jira macro again, right, and select the Jira macro, and now here on this filter, so you can use either the issue key or search URL or a Jira link, etc., or the JQL. So what we can do is, for this particular project, if we want all the issues in this particular project to be available on the Confluence page, I can create the filter, right? So I can say advanced issue search, and then I will simply switch to JQL and I will simply search by, so I can say project is equal to, and we are looking for the project A, right? So I can simply search and it will list all the issues that are there in this particular project. Okay, so this is the basic query that I can use on this particular page here in the filter. Okay, I can simply use this JQL query, right, and search for the issues. It will list all the issues that are there in the project, and click on display option here, and you will see that if all of the issues are selected, it will give me the option to select the table, right? And these are the columns that I can customize. I want to add or remove. So for example, I do not want to display the creator or updated or priority or reporter, etc. So I can say, for example, if I do not want assignee or reporter, I can simply, maybe remove the reporter column, right? So I can remove that and I can click on then insert. As soon as I'll do the insert, you will see that this table got inserted, and this table will list all the issues that are there in that particular project, and it will show you all the columns that you have selected while adding this particular table in this page. Once you are happy with these columns, simply click on publish, and this table will then be added to this particular page in the Confluence, and you'll see all the issues are being listed with the key, summary, and the columns that we have selected, right? So this is a brief introduction about how you can link Jira issues to Confluence pages. So we have understood about how you can add Confluence page link in the Jira issues. That's very simple. And then also adding the Jira issue links on the Confluence pages. So single issue or a table of issues from the Confluence page, that will help you to get a better visibility of the issues from the Confluence page for a particular project, or from the issue you can find the documentation easily from the issue itself when you have the link for the Confluence pages. This is very important activity that you might be performing within your project, especially if you are a product owner, a scrum master, or a product manager who wants to add the issues from the Confluence and then add the bulk issues or single issues. So there are a lot of possibilities. So let's go ahead and understand how you can go ahead step by step and create the issues from the Confluence page. So here I am in the Jira project. So if I go to this particular project A, this is what we have been using throughout the integration and then other tutorials. So on this project, if I go to the backlog, these are a couple of issues that are there, right? So there is a defect, task, and 2 stories. Now, say for example, as part of this whole project, I need to create a lot of issues within this particular project. So one way is within the project, you just keep creating issues from here in the backlog and then mapping them to the Epic. So basically you can go to the Epic. If I go to Epic panel, so I enable it, right? And I can create the Epic directly from here. And then from those Epic, I can go to the Epic and create the issues from here as well, right? But this is more of a tedious work. And then tomorrow you have to go back to the Confluence page. And if you want to add all of these issues on the Confluence page, you have to go ahead and add them separately. The better way is you go to the Confluence page and add the issues in bulk from the Confluence page. So I'll show you how you can add a single issue from the Confluence page into this particular project, or bulk issues or the multiple issues. Okay, so we will simply switch to Confluence. So I will switch to Confluence page, right? Or there was a link as well. So this is the project A space that we have already linked in a couple of previous tutorials. So I can simply go to this particular space, which is basically mapped to this particular project, right? So this space is the space which we have considered that this is relevant space for this particular project. Now here, let me create a quick new page, which I'll showcase to create the issues from the Confluence. So click on create and I'll name it as create. I'll simply name the title as create issues in Jira and let's publish it. Okay. So say for example, this is your Confluence page from where you want to create this. Okay. So simply edit this particular page. All right. And now if I want to create a issue within a Jira project, so project A RCV Academy, the first thing I have to do is, say for example, I can simply use a macro, the first thing, right? So I can simply say Jira. Okay. So use this Jira macro, open it. And then here we have seen that it is, I can search for the issue and I can also create issue. So I can click on create new issue and then select the project. So where I want to create the issue. So I will select project A. What is the issue type that I want to create? Say for example, I want to create story. And what is the story that I want to create? So I will say test story. Just give some name there. So test story from Confluence, so that we know that this is what gets created. All right. And then if you want to add any description, I'll simply copy and paste the same description there and click on insert. Right. So what this does is it creates, you can see that it has created the particular issue and it has assigned the ID after the creation and the link on this particular page as well. Right. I can use the shortcut as well. So I can simply use the Jira macro either by just typing here or directly from this drop down here. Okay. View more and select the Jira macro. Okay, so this is how you will add single issue. Second option is, say for example, I want to add a story here. Okay, so the other way is I simply write the story here. Okay, so I can say test story from Confluence 2. Okay, and then you publish this particular. So once I publish it, you can see PRA 9 has been created already. After you publish this page, you are in the view mode, right? So this is not in the edit mode at the moment. This is the view mode. If you want to create a issue for this particular text here that we have written, so test story from Confluence 2, you simply highlight it. Okay, so simply highlight that and then you will see the option for the comment and create issue. I'll click on create issue and you will see a create issue pop-up appeared. Select the project where you want to create it, the type from the type drop down here, right? And then summary will be highlighted. If you want to add the description to this particular issue, you can add the description. I'll simply add the same description and then simply create. And as soon as you will click on create, there will be a test story from Confluence 2 that will get created into the Jira project. Okay. The disadvantage of this approach is that the linking won't happen. So in this case, the linking happened automatically, but in this case, the issue will get created. So if you go back to this particular project and let's go to the backlog, right, you will see that test story from Confluence 2 got created here with the ID PRA 10. This was the previous one, PRA 9, but in this particular case, it did not link back in the Confluence page. Okay, but that's all good. I think we can use other macros to pull out all the the issues from the project into the Confluence page. Now, how you will create multiple issues from this Confluence page. So to create a multiple issue, you simply go to the edit mode of the page, all right, and then you have to add the table, all right. So depending on how many issues you want to add, you need 2 columns there. Okay, so I'll remove one of the column and I will simply say summary, okay, and then description, right? Because my story can have a description and summary. So I will simply say, for example, this is the story that I want to copy, and then let's put same description there, change the numbers to 3 and 4. All right. Let me add a few more rows there. Okay, so I have 4 stories here. So 3, 4, 5, 6, and the same is description. Once I have added the stories or the issues that I want to add into the Jira project, I will save them. Okay, so I'll create a table, add the summary and description, and simply publish this particular page. Okay, once you will publish this particular page, there will be a table available. We have to do the same thing. We have to simply highlight the whole table, the issues that you see there, click on create issue, and then by default it will create a single issue. If you want to create multiple issue, click on create multiple issues, right? And then you will have an option to map the columns that are there in the table, right? So say for example, I have used summary for the summary. What if, say for example, you have used some other column for the first one and the second one, then that will be available here. Simply have to map those columns with the summary and description. Okay, now once you have selected it and selected the project where you want to create these, you have to specify what type of issue you want to create, right? So these are the stories, so I'll select the story. If they are different type of issues, say for example issue, epic or bug or task, you select accordingly. So I'll select the story, and then you will see these issues will be created and it will list you all the issues that will be created. Once you are happy, then click on create, and automatically these issues, 4 issues, will get created into project A-RCV Academy in the Jira. Now it has been done. So if you go back to this particular project, you will see that automatically all these issues, test story from Confluence 3, 4, 5, and 6 have been created, and all of them are of the type story, if you see here. All right, so this is pretty simple but very powerful feature, and if you want to use it, it's pretty simple steps. To add a single issue, simply add a line there, highlight it, and you have to make sure that you are not in the edit mode. If you are in the edit mode, this option is not going to appear, the create issue, right? So you have to make sure that you are in the view mode and not in the edit mode. Highlight the issue that you want to create. Say for example, this one, let me create an epic as well. Okay, I'll show you. So if I want to create an epic, so I'll say, so usually epic is a bigger piece of work that can span multiple sprints. So for that you have to, so say for example, I want to create test epic, and this is epic 1. So I'll just add the text there, publish it, so that I'm not in the edit mode of the page anymore. And then I'll highlight this particular text, create issue, and the process is absolutely same, right? Instead of story, I will select epic, and then summary will be available by default. I'll select the description if I want to add the description. Otherwise, I can leave it blank. It's not mandatory. Click on create, and we'll see that epic has been created. So if you go back to the project, you will see test epic from Confluence 1 has been created, and it appears here, right? So this is how you are going to create issues from a Confluence page to Jira project. So you can create single issue, multiple issue from the Confluence page, and this will be really, really helpful for your project. Now, many organizations work Jira and Confluence together, and when you're using Jira and Confluence together, it makes a lot of sense to display the report information of the Jira project into Confluence, so that on the Confluence page itself, or on a single page of the project, you can get all the reporting information about the project. So because of the tight integration of Jira and Confluence, this is all possible, and let's understand how you can achieve it. So the first thing that you have to do is, within the Jira project, say for example, I'm part of this project A, and I'm the Scrum Master of this particular project. So there are a couple of stories that need to be built as part of a particular sprint, right? So say for example, I will simply create a sprint, okay, quickly, so that we can see how this information can be displayed into your Confluence page, okay. And as a Scrum Master, I have started the sprint. I have added some of the items. So based on the team discussion. And now let's start the sprint. Okay, so once the sprint will start, I'll just mention a custom duration which will take it 2 weeks, and then just click on start. Once this sprint is started, say for example, I want the information of this particular project, how many issues are there, the reports of this project to be displayed on the Confluence page. Now within Jira as well, you have the reports that you can do, but it makes a lot of sense when you can have all the report and all the project related information on one of the Confluence page. So let's see how you can do it. So this was the space that was connected to this particular space, so mapping. So I've just added a link, and if I'll go to that particular project A space, which is basically the space that we had mapped to this particular project, right? So usually a project will have a space, corresponding space in Confluence where you will have all the documentation. Now within this particular space, say for example, within the page, so you can have a particular page. So I can have, say for example, let me create a new page in this particular space here, and I will name it as a reports page. Okay, so I can simply get all the information from the Jira project, whatever I need, into this particular page. All right, so once I create this particular reports page, the next thing is we can add the reporting macros that are available in the Confluence to pull the information from Jira and display here. Okay, so to add the macro, you can either use this drop down here and go to view more, and here you will see that these are some of the reports that I can directly use on any of the page in the Confluence. Okay, so say for example, I want to add a pie chart. Okay, so I'll just maybe search for the pie chart and click on the pie chart, and here I can use a quick filter, right? So I can create a filter in Jira and I can search for that filter. Say for example, I want to display all the issues and get the issues of project A here. So I can go to the Jira and I can create a filter, right? So I'll go to the advanced issue search. Let's quickly create a filter. Now for this particular project, if I want to create the filter, so I'll simply say project is equal to project A, right? Let's search for all the issues that are there in this particular project A. So this particular filter will give me the result of all the issues in this particular project. Okay, now I can simply save it, right? So click on this save as, and I will say project A all issues. So this will be the name of the filter. Click on submit and this filter will get saved, right? So if you'll see that this has been starred here, so project A all issues, and now this query is saved here. Now if I go here, let me cancel it. So either you can select this pie chart from this drop down, go to view more and select accordingly, or the shortcut is just say // and just say pie, right? Start with the pie and pie chart will come. Select that, it will open the same window here. Now on this particular preview, I will simply start typing in the filter name, so project A. So you'll see as soon as I'll start typing in the project, it will display the filters, the projects, etc. Okay, so we have created a filter, so let's select the filter and I can choose the statistic type. So I'll choose the status. I want to see the status of all the issues in the pie chart. Refresh interval, if you want to get this pie chart refreshed automatically every 15 minutes or 30 minutes, choose that accordingly. If you do not want the refresh to happen automatically, select never and click on save. So once you will save, you will see that the status pie chart will appear. If you are happy with that, click on save and this pie chart will be available here in your Confluence page. Okay, so you can go wide, you can have a different view accordingly, or you can go back to center. To delete, you simply have to click on this little icon, remove here. To edit, just click on this pencil icon. So this is basically how you will add the macros, the reporting macros within Jira. And there are so many reporting macros within Confluence, sorry, not Jira. So within Confluence, you can use the Jira reporting macros and report the information that is there in the Jira project on the Confluence page, right? So this is the new page that we created, and we can use any reports or the gadgets that are available here. So I'll simply go to view more again and I'll show you other macros that are available, right? So assign to me or the roadmaps. So there are many. So depending on what you need, you can go ahead and choose it and display that information on the Confluence page. All right, so that's one way of it. Once you are happy, you can click on publish, and once you will publish that, this particular page will be published and it will be having the report information for this particular on this particular page. Okay, so this page is available here. The other way to get or display the Jira information is, say for example, I click on the pages. Okay, so in this particular space, in this project A space, I click on create, so it will create a page, and instead of creating a blank page for us, we can go to templates and we can select the template, right? So we simply search for the report, okay, and click on this Jira report, right? So click on Jira report. This is a template that is available by default in the Confluence, and I can directly use this status report. Okay, so click on the status report and click on next. Choose the project that you want to look for. So say for example, project A is what we are looking for. I'll select that particular project. I do not want any specific fixed version, so I'll leave it blank, and then the title, right? So I will simply say project A report, because that particular page already exists, so that's why it's showing me this particular message. Now project A report is available, so I can use that particular name and click on create. Once you'll create this particular page, this will automatically, because this is a template, it will automatically create a well-defined, well-structured report page within Confluence with the name that you have provided there, with the date, issues, the total issues that are there in the project, and some of the information, report summary information already there, right? So overall status, pie chart will already be added, the Jira chart, priority, component, based on the component, if there is any issue type, it will list you all the default reports that are part of this particular template. Now if you'll notice clearly, if you'll just click on these charts here, you will see these are nothing but the macro, right? So if you'll click, you can edit these and you can change the details of these macros accordingly. Okay, so the same thing that we have done by creating a blank page and adding the macros as required on the report page, this will do the same thing, but it's sort of predefined page that you can use to create the report. And once you will publish, you will see that this particular report page has been created here. So project A report, and it will display all the report pie charts that were there as part of this particular template for the project with all the information here. Now customizing this report is up to you based on the information or based on the requirement within your project, but it is highly flexible, and within Confluence you can get all the information that you need from Jira and display it in the report page within Confluence. And this is the page that you can share with all the stakeholders within your project, and this will be the source of truth for the actual progress of your project. So that's very convenient and handy when you have one piece of information or report to share across that will get automatically updated and will have the latest information available for all the stakeholders. All right, so very nice feature. Go ahead and use it. It will be really helpful for your project. Adding table of contents is absolutely easy and simple task, and it brings a lot of good benefits. So let's go ahead and understand how you can add table of contents in the Confluence page and what all customization options are available to make it more presentable. So whenever you want to add a table of contents, say for example, I will go to that particular space, right? So say for example, this is my project here. Okay, so this is the project A space in the Confluence that we have been working with. And in the pages, what I have done is I have created a table of content page with some dummy content there. Okay, so let me minimize this section here so that you can see this particular content. Now at the moment, this whole content that you see on this particular page is not having any table of content. So if somebody has to read this particular information, they do not have any shortcut to go ahead and see the particular section, or just see the section basically from the content or the table of content. So they have to scroll down and get all the information there. So this is a big challenge. If you have, say for example, very lengthy document, it becomes a tedious job for a person to find the relevant section to read the information. And that's where table of content is really helpful. To add a table of content, it's absolutely simple. So you simply go to the page where you want to add the table of content, click on edit icon on that particular page, and then what we have to do here is on the top of this particular page, if you simply go to this drop down, or there is a shortcut, right? So if you say, for example, just say / here. So I'll say / and then start typing in table. Okay. And you will see this table of contents is visible here. You can do either this way, or you can go to this drop down and then you have this table of contents visible here as well. Okay. If you can't find here, then go to view more and then start typing in table of contents. Okay. So as soon as you will start typing in table, it will appear in this particular list here. So you can select table of contents from here as well. So once the table of content macro you will select, you will see that by default, whatever information is there on this particular page will start getting listed in the form of table of content. Now you can customize this table of content as per your needs. So let's go ahead and understand what all options are there. So the output type at the moment is selected as list, and there are two options. So you can select a list or flat. So if you select list, this is how the table of contents will look. If you select flat and then change this preview, you will see that it is displayed as a flat list. Okay. List style is something which is basically if you have selected list, and then this is applicable, right? So if you want to change the list style, so at the moment it is disc or circle or a square. So say for example, at the moment it is circle. I want to change the list style to square. I simply change or add the list style as square there. Okay. If I want to display the numbering, just check this particular display section numbering and you will start seeing the numbers here. So if you'll say preview here, you will see that the numbers will be displayed and the display or the list style has been changed to square. Okay. So you can go ahead and play around with these list styles, add the one that best suits for you and looks good for you. Okay. Then heading indent is another important thing. So this by default, this table of content by default will indent accordingly with the default settings. But if say for example, you do not want to indent these subheadings to a lot, or you want to indent it less or custom, so you can specify the pixels there. So say for example, I can specify 5 pixel here. So say for example, they have given the example here as 10 px. So depending on how much you want to indent, you will see that the indentation has been updated accordingly. All right. If you want to change it, you simply change it here and click on preview, and you will see whichever looks good, then that is what indentation you can finalize. If you do not want any custom values there, just remove it, keep it blank, and it will take the default indentation automatically. Separator is applicable only if you select the style as flat. Okay. So say for example, if I select the style as flat, so at the moment you will see the separators are the square brackets, right? The brackets. So I can change the separator to say for example, braces or pipe. So instead of the brackets, I say for example, I want the separator as the pipe. So I just write the separator as pipe there, and you will see the separator is pipe. It has changed from the square. But the best way is to have it, like the list. So list is more presentable. I find it more presentable, but it's your choice if you want to change it to flat and then change the separator accordingly. Right. Then the heading level are important. So at the moment, whatever headings are there on the page. So say for example, this is H1, this is H2, then H3. Accordingly, whatever headings are there, they will be listed on this particular page. So minimum heading level is 1, right? And the maximum heading level is 7. So if you have, up to 7 heading levels. So if you see here, the maximum heading level to report into USC. So for example, 4 will list headings up to H4, but not from H5, right? So if you select, say for example, 4 here, so it will list the headings up to H4. Okay. If I change it to 2 and change the preview, it will only display the headings which are H1 and H2 on the page. All right. And then these are, other options include headings and exclude headings, wherein you can put the regular expression, not too much required if you're just, preparing the pages accordingly to the headings. Printable is another important section that is available. If you want this particular table of content to be available in the print when you are printing or somebody is printing this particular page, then keep it checked. Otherwise, if you'll clear it, then table of content will be not visible when you are printing this particular page. All right, so keep it checked there. And then rest is all, this is more of a CSS designing aspect and the absolute URL. So not too much required. All other sections, these two sections as well, but most of the important ones I have covered as part of this tutorial anyways. And once you are happy that this is what the table of content should look like, let me change the heading level to 5 so that I get all the headings there. And once you are happy, then click on insert. So once you will insert, it will insert this table of content here. Click on publish and you will be able to see this table of content available on the published page, right? So the beauty of this particular table of content here is now, say for example, I want to navigate to a particular section of this page. I can simply click on that particular section and it will directly take me to that particular section of the page. All right, this is what it is all about, the table of contents. And you can see these are like the H1 headings. So if I go ahead and edit, so this is what the heading H1 heading is, right? So this is H1, this is H2, and when we select the level of headings from H1 to H7 that is available there, this is H3, that's what it will include. So if I go to table of contents, we had this minimum heading level and maximum heading level, so that is what it will select. So H1, H2, H3. So say for example, I'll just say H1 and H2 to be displayed in the table of contents. Then in that particular case, all these third level headings and further will be disabled and won't be visible in the table of content, right? So at all the places they are not visible anymore. So this is basically all about the table of contents and how you can add table of contents in any of the Confluence page. Very simple, easy step, but very, very powerful feature of the Confluence that you should know about. Expandable sections give you a lot of good benefits. Say for example, you do not want some information to be displayed all the time on your page, so you can add that particular information. Say for example, list of things that people need to follow when they are going to raise a defect or check in the code. So you can add those sort of things into the expandable sections. It is pretty easy to add the expandable sections in your page. So what we'll do is we'll quickly go to the space of project A, and here I have created this project plan page. So if I'll go to this project plan page, what you have to do is, say for example, in this one you have to add the expandable section, edit this particular page, and I had already used this expandable section before, so that's why you see that. And after editing the page here, what you need to do is you need to simply either go to this drop down and go to view more and search for the expand, right? Okay, if it is not visible here, then simply it will be in somewhere here. Okay, so you see this expand, so you can either insert from here, okay, or the shortcut is / and say expand. Okay, you start typing expand and it will be listing here. You select that and paste all the key points. Say for example, list of points that people need to follow, or these are some of the key information that somebody needs to follow before raising defect. So you put all that information in the expandable section here, and in the title you provide the title of this expandable section. So I will say read this information before raising defects. All right, so say for example, people have to follow certain guidelines before they raise the defect or how to raise the defects. Certain points you want to specify there, and you do not want your page to have this lengthy information to be displayed all the time, so you can put it in the expandable section. Similarly, if there is some development guidelines or the coding standards, those sort of things, you can put those in the expandable section. Once you are happy with that, you can also go wide or more wider, which will be the full screen, or reduce the width of this particular expandable section. To delete the expandable section, you simply click on this little icon, remove, and it will remove this expandable section. So once you have added this expandable section, added the title, click on publish, and once you will publish this particular page, you will see that this expandable section is visible here, right? So read this information before raising defect. If somebody will click on this, they will get all the points or the information that they need to look for or read out for raising the defects, right? So this is as simple as just, adding a macro and putting the information there. So this is how you will add an expandable section within Confluence pages. If you're working in a development team and you want to have a particular page that is specific for the developers or the testers, and you want to add the code snippets there and some code information on the page. So there could be, the programming language or any of the codes, for example, Python, Java, XML. So there are many formats and languages available wherein you want to, or you might need to add the code into your Confluence page. So let's go ahead and understand that. So to add the code, simply we have to go to the project where we want to add the code, so the space of that particular project, and go to the page. So I have added a page here, adding code, and just once you open this particular page here, click on edit this particular page. And there is a macro for adding the code snippet as well. So if you go to this drop down, you will find this code snippet is available here that you can directly use, or the shortcut. So simply / and start typing in code snippet, and it will open the code snippet window, right? So in the drop down here, you have so many available languages here. So if your code is specific to C programming language or C++ or any of the, CSS, you can select that, and based on that particular programming language, the code will be highlighted accordingly. So say, for example, this is some of the sample code that I have. This is Python code, and I'll paste it here. Okay. And I'll select the language as Python. Once you select the language, the next thing is, if you want to expand it, you can expand, go wide or even more wider. I'll prefer this width here. And that's the only thing that is required to add the code into any of the Confluence page. Once you're happy, click on publish. And once the publish will happen, you will see the code is highlighted accordingly, and it is well formatted and available for the other people to have a look. The best part of it is that you can directly copy this particular code, right? So with this particular icon, just click on this icon and the whole code has been copied. So if somebody wants to copy this particular code, they don't have to just select all and copies. They can simply click on this copy icon and copy and use it into the developer IDE or any IDE that you are using for your development. Okay, so this is all about how you can add the code in any of the Confluence page. There are many formats available that you can choose from depending on what language you are referring to in your project or what all technologies that you are using.